in this tutorial, I will teach you how to build this clock step by step using JavaScript. Now, this is a very special tutorial because we will get to see the two most important things that every beginner should know about JavaScript. We will get to see how JavaScript works and how we can use it to build a simple project. Now, this is also gonna be a very detailed tutorial. In this tutorial, I will show you how to build the entire project step by step. I will explain every single line of code, and as we go through the project, I will also give you a detailed introduction to JavaScript. In other words, in this tutorial, I will explain everything you need to know. Even if you have zero experience with JavaScript, don't worry because I will explain everything you need to know. Now, with that said, let me show you the plan for this tutorial. In the beginning, we have nothing, and to start things off, we will set up a few very important things for the project. Then, once everything is ready, we will start building the clock. And the first thing we will do is we will add the hands of the clock. Specifically, we will add one for the hours, one for the minutes, and one for the seconds. Then we will add this little detail here in the center. Then we will add the frame of the clock. And then finally, we will animate the hands and we will make sure that the clock is always showing us the right time. Now, with that said, here I want to mention that if you want, for this tutorial, you are more than welcome to code along, meaning you are more than welcome to do all the things I show you and build your own copy of the project. Now, the most important thing here is that this is completely optional. I am pointing this out because from now on, I will talk as though you are coding along, but keep in mind that you are not actually required to do so. So if you want, feel free to code along. Otherwise, if you prefer, you can safely watch this entire tutorial from start to finish without writing a single line of code. Now, with that said, we are ready to start. And the first thing we do is we set up all the things we need for the project. For this project, we need two programs. The first one is a browser, and here you can use whatever browser you prefer. Chrome, Firefox, Safari, Edge, any browser will be fine. The other thing we need is a code editor. Now, what is this? Well, very simply, a code editor is the program that we use to write code. And specifically for this project, we will use one called Visual Studio Code, also known as VS Code. So once again, this is the program that we will use to write code. Now, to get VS Code, we need to visit the official website code.visualstudio.com. From here, we download VS Code, and after the download is complete, we just open it. Now, if you are on Windows, you will get an installer. Here, you just need to click Next a few times, and then VS Code will open up automatically. If instead you are on Mac, it's a bit faster. You just double-click the app, and there we go, VS Code is up and running. Now, here I need to mention two things. First, VS Code works exactly the same on Mac and on Windows. So to save some time, I will stay here on Mac, and if you are on Windows, don't worry because, like I mentioned, everything is basically the same. Then, second thing, when you open VS Code, you might see a different page. If that's the case, don't worry because we will change it anyway. So now we are here in VS Code, and to start things off, now we will create a new folder. Alright, at this point we need to create a new folder. Why? Well, the idea is that later on we will set up a few files for the project, and we need a folder so we can keep everything organized. Now, to create a folder, we go here to the desktop, then we right-click and we choose New Folder. Then we have to give the new folder a name, and in this case, we just call it clock. So with this name, it's easy to remember what the project is about. Then we press enter, and there we go, the folder is ready. After this, we need to open this folder in VS Code. To do that, we just grab the folder and we drop it here in VS Code. Now, if this is the first time that you use VS Code, at this point, you might see a message that looks kind of like this. Basically, here VS Code is telling us that it doesn't know who created this folder, and so it's asking us whether we really want to open it. Now, usually we should always check every folder before we open it. However, in this case, we just created the folder ourselves a few seconds ago, so here we just say yes, and there we go, the folder is open. After this, we can close the welcome page, and then here, let's take a quick look around. Now, in VS Code, we have two main sections. The first one is this big section here. For now, this section is empty, but later on, here we will have some very useful things. And then we also have this little section here on the side. This section is called Explorer, and in here we can see all the files of the project. Now, at this point, we only have our folder, but later on, here we will also see all the files that we create. So once again, here in the Explorer, we can see all the files of the project. And if you don't see the Explorer, you can always open it just by clicking the first button up there in the corner. And that's it. These are the main sections of VS Code. Now, here I want to mention that maybe over time it's possible that VS Code will have changed a bit. So if you encounter any issues with VS Code, like if there's something that doesn't work anymore, or if you cannot find a specific button, or things like that, check the pinned comment below and you should find a solution there. And if the solution is not there, please write a comment and let me know what's wrong so I can take a look and see what's happening. All right, with that said, now we have opened our folder here in VS Code. The question is, what do we do next? Well, now we will create a web page. All right, at this point, our goal is to create a web page. The question is, what is a web page? Well, very simply, a web page is just a file. And this file is very special because this is where we will write all the code for the project. So let me repeat, a web page is just a file, and in this file, we will write all the code for the project. Now, with that said, let's come back to VS Code, and the question is, how do we create a web page? Well, very simply, to create a web page, we need to go here to the Explorer, and then we need to click the first button up there in this menu. So we go to this button, we click it, and now VS Code knows that we want to create a new file. Now here we have to give the new file a name. So what name do we choose? Well, for this project, the web page will be called index. So Here we write the word index. However, this is not the entire name. You see, after the word index, we also need to write a dot and the word HTML. Now, this final part is essential. If we forget the .html, things will not work. So let me repeat, the full name of the web page is index.html. After this, we press enter, and there we go, the web page is ready. Now, notice that after we created the web page, VS Code opened up this new section here. What is this? Well, this is called editor, and this is where we will write all the code for the project. So now we have this editor, and once again, we will use this to write code. Now, at this point, let's make sure that everything is working fine. What we do is we go here to the editor, we select it, and then we write the sentence "Hello World." Basically, this is just a very common sentence that we use to check whether things are working fine. Now, here, technically, we should save this message. Every time we use the editor, we should always remember to save. However, saving is boring. So instead, for this project, we just go here to the File menu, and here we enable a very nice setting called Autosave. Basically, with this setting, we will not have to worry about saving, because from now on, VS Code will save everything automatically. Alright, with that said, our message has been saved. After this, let's come back to the desktop, and now let's see what happened. So here we have our folder, and if we open it, notice that in the folder we have one file. Now, what is this? Well, this is our web page. And in this file, we have written the message "Hello World." So this is what we have. The question is, what do we do with this file? I mean, we know that here in this file, we will write all the code for the project, but what's the point? What do we do with the code? Well, the answer is this. Here we have our web page, and if we double-click it, the browser will show up. Now, the browser is very interesting because when we double-click the web page, the browser will read all the things that we have written in the web page, and using all the things that we have written, the browser will try to figure out what we want to see. For example, in this case, the browser will read the message "Hello World," and when we write a message like this, the browser will simply give us back the same message. So, in this case, the browser will show us the message "Hello World." Now, at this point, make sure that you actually see this message. If you see this message in your browser, it means that everything is working fine. If instead you don't see this message, try to follow the same steps again and make sure that autosave is enabled. Then try to close and reopen the browser, and then the message should be there. Alright, with that said, now we know that everything is working fine. After this, let's come back to the editor, and here we need to focus on a very important thing. You see, if we take our web page and let's say we remove the message, well, now the web page is empty. However, if we come back to the browser, notice that the message is still here. So what's going on? Why is the message still here? Well, the answer is that the browser doesn't know that we have modified our web page. And so the browser is still showing us the old message. Now, to fix this, it's very simple. Basically, we just need to reload the web page, and to do that, we just need to click this button here with the spinning arrow. Now, a little note here, depending on which browser you are using, the button might be over here on the left side of the browser. So if you cannot see this button, check here at the top of the browser and the button should be here somewhere. Now, like I mentioned, here we have to click this button, and when we do this, the browser will reload the web page. Now, what does this mean? Well, very simply, when we reload the web page, the browser will read all the things that we have written in the web page again. And the interesting thing here is that in this case, the web page is empty. So here, the browser will also remain empty. And that's it. This is the entire idea. Every time we modify our web page, technically we will always need to click the reload button. Now, this is how things are. However, this can be a bit annoying. So instead, for this project, we will simply tell the browser to always reload automatically. Now, how can we do this? Well, let me show you. To reload the browser automatically, we will use an extension. Now, what is this? Well, extensions are just little programs that we can use in VS Code. They are kind of like extra features that we can add to VS Code. For example, in our case, to reload the browser automatically, we will use an extension called Live Preview. So this is the idea. The question is, how do we get this extension? Well, very simply, we just need to go here to the extensions page. Then here we go to the search bar, and in here we write Live Preview. Now, the extension that we are looking for is this one. It's called Live Preview, and it's made by Microsoft. So here we have the extension, and to get it, we just need to click Install. Then, after a few seconds, we should see the Uninstall button, and that's it. Now we have the extension. After this, we can close this page. Then, let's go back to the Explorer, and then here we need to change one setting. Now, this setting is very simple. The idea here is that by default, when we use Live Preview, we will get a special browser here in VS Code. Now, usually this browser is pretty nice. However, for this project, we don't really want to use this. You see, for this project, we want to use our browser, the same one that we already used earlier. So we want to use our browser, and for that, we need to change one setting. Now, to see this setting, we need to click this button down here. Then we get this menu, and from here, we choose Settings. Now, when we do this, we will get a page that looks kind of like this. Here, we need to go to the search bar, and then we search for Live Preview Target. Now, at this point, we should get one result, and this is the setting that we are looking for. So what do? Well, what we do is we select this menu in the setting. Then here we choose External Browser, And that's it. Now VS Code knows that we want to use our browser. After this, we can simply close this page. And then here, let's try the extension. What we do is we go here to the web page, we right-click it, and then from this menu, we choose Show Preview. Now, when we do this, we will get a new browser, and the cool thing is that this browser will always reload automatically. Now, here, let's come back to the editor, and then let's write the message Hello World. So now in our web page, we have this message. And the cool thing is that if we come back to the browser, notice that now we immediately see the same message. So as you can see, the browser reloaded automatically. Then let's come back to the editor. And if we remove the message, well, when we come back to the browser, notice that now the message is also gone from the browser. And that's it. This is the entire idea. With this extension, the browser will always reload automatically. Now, with that said, here I need to point out a very important thing. You see, at some point, it's possible that maybe we will have to close VS Code. Now, the important thing here is that when we close VS Code, the browser will stop reloading automatically. So at this point, this browser has stopped reloading automatically. What do? Well, very simply, when we close VS Code, we should also close the browser. Then later on, when we reopen VS Code, we simply need to go here to the web page. Then we right-click it, we choose Show Preview, and that's it. Now, once again, we have the same browser with automatic reload. Now, here, let me quickly repeat. The idea is that when we close VS Code, we also need to close the browser. Otherwise, the extension will not work anymore. All right, with that said, now we have all the things that we need. We have the web page, then we can write code using the editor, and finally, we also have the browser with automatic reload. So at this point, everything is ready. The question is, what do we do next? Well, here let's do a quick review of the plan. And in fact, let's write down all the steps of the plan, so this way we can keep track of all the things that we want to do. Now, for this project, the plan is this. First, we had to set up a few things, and here the most important one is that we had to create a web page. Then after this, we will start writing code, and the first thing we do is we will grab some very special tools that we need for the clock. Now, like I mentioned, here we will start writing code, and of course, I will guide you through the code step by step. Then, after this, we will be ready to build the clock, and we will start by adding the hands of the clock. Then we will add a little detail in the center. So with this, all the hands will be connected together. Then we will add the frame of the clock, and then finally we will animate the clock, meaning we will make sure that the clock is always showing us the right time. All right, with that said, this is the plan, and at this point we have already created the web page. So here we can simply cross it off from the list. After this, now we will grab some very special tools that we need for the clock. Alright, to build a clock, we need two things. The first one is called canvas. A canvas is kind of like a piece of paper. Then we also need a brush, and that's it. These are all the things that we need. Now, why do we need these two specific things? Well, the answer is that for this project, when we talk about building the clock, in reality, behind the scenes, we will actually draw it. So for this project, we will draw the clock. Now, later on, we will see in great detail all the steps to draw the clock. For now, the important thing is that every time we want to draw something, we always need a canvas and a brush. However, here we have a little issue, because at this point we don't have anything. So here, first of all, we need to get all the tools for drawing. How can we do that? Well, to understand how we get the tools, let's start by reviewing all the things that we already have. So for this project, we have our web page. This is where we will write all the code for the clock. And then we also have the browser. Now, the browser is very interesting because the browser is always reading all the code that we write, and then using our code, the browser will try to figure out what we want to see. And that's it. These are all the things that we have. Now, let's focus on this final part. The browser will take all the code that we write, and somehow it will figure out that we want to see a clock. Now, at a high level, this is what happens. But how does this work? I mean, how does the browser figure out that we want to see this specific clock? Well, the answer is that for this project, we have our web page. Then here in the web page, we will write some code. And the important thing is that every time we write code, in reality, we are just telling the browser what to do. So we will write some code, then the browser will read all the code that we have written, and it will do all the things that we say. For example, for this project, here in the web page, we will write all the steps to draw the clock. Then the browser will read the list of steps. It will do all the things in the list one by one. And so, as a result, the browser will draw the clock. Now, this is very important. So let me repeat. For this project, we have our web page. Then here in the web page, we will write all the steps to draw the clock. Then the browser will take all the things that we have written. It will follow every step one by one. And so, as a result, the browser will draw the clock. And that's it. This is how the project works. In general, the idea is that every time we write code, we are just telling the browser what to do. It's kind of like a conversation. We talk to the browser, we tell the browser what to do, and then the browser will just go and do all the things that we want. Now, with that said, let's go back to our original question. how do we get a canvas and a brush? Well, at a high level, here in the web page, we will simply tell the browser to get a canvas and a brush. Now, this is not the actual code. The actual code will be different. However, at a high level, the idea is exactly like this. So we will tell the browser to get a canvas and a brush. Then the browser will read all the things that we have written, and it will do all the things that we say. So the browser will grab a canvas, then the browser will grab a brush, and that's it. This is how we will get the tools. It looks very simple, but this is how it works. Now, at this point, we need to focus on a very important detail. You see, for this project, we have our web page, and we know that here we will write some code for the browser. The detail is that when we write code for the browser, we must always use a very special language called HTML. Now, later on, we will also use JavaScript, but when we are working with the browser, we must always begin with HTML. So, for this project, we will write some HTML code. And to start things off, here, let me give you a quick overview of HTML. At a high level, HTML is all about tags. Now, what is this? Well, tags are just little messages that look like this. So here we have one example of tag. Now, what's the point of tags? Well, the idea is that in HTML, we use tags to tell the browser what to do. Now, how does this work? Well, let's go through this example step by step. Every time we want to tell something to the browser, we always begin with the smaller than character. Then we always have some kind of name. The browser will use this name to figure out what we want. Then we always have the greater than character, and that's it. This is a tag. Now, what do we do with this? Well, the idea is that we have our web page, and every time we want to tell something to the browser, we just need to write a few tags here in the web page. So this is the idea. The question now is, why should we care about tags? Well, the answer is that for this project, we need a canvas and a brush. And to get these two things, we will use a few tags. Now, with that said, let me show you the actual code. And to start things off, let's focus on the tags for the canvas. All right, at this point, we want to get a canvas. And the nice thing is that to get a canvas, we just need to use one HTML tag, the canvas tag. Now, how do we use a tag? Well, very simply, we come back to VS Code, we select the editor, and here we just write the tag itself. And that's it. With this, now we have a canvas tag in our web page. Now, here I need to mention a few things. First, when we add this tag, VS Code will write some extra stuff here at the end. So we have this extra thing, and the important thing here is that for now we don't really need this. So here we can safely remove this. Then second thing, notice that the code is all colored. Well, these colors are just a decoration, and by default they should look kind of like this. Now, personally, I don't really like the default colors, so in my case, I changed all the colors, and that's why they are different. So for this project, I will use some special colors, and here I highly recommend you to get the same colors, because this way all the code will look the same. Now, how can you get these colors? Well, very simply, go here to the extensions page, and up here, search for my name, JayDoesJS. Basically, what I did is I created a theme with all my colors. Then I sent it to VS Code, and now you can get it for free right here in VS Code. Now, the theme is this one. It's called Jay's theme. It's free, and the creator is, well, me, JayDoesJS. To get the theme, click Install. Then, once the installation is complete, click Set Color Theme. And then up here in this menu, choose the theme again. After this, you can close the page, then come back to the Explorer, and that's it. Now we have the same colors. Now, at this point, let's focus again on the editor. And here I need to mention one final thing. You see, on my screen, the code is a bit too small. So for this project, I will make everything larger. And here, you don't need to change anything. Basically, what I do is I scroll down a bit, and then I zoom in. So now the code is a bit larger. After this, notice that down here we have this blue bar. Well, in my opinion, this is too bright. So here I will make it darker. And for convenience, here on this bar, I will always write the name of the file that we are working on. So for this project, down here, you can always see what file we are working on. And that's it. These are all the things I wanted to mention. Now, with that said, let's do a quick recap. At this point, we are working on our webpage, index.html. Then we saw that the browser is always reading all the things that we write here in this file. And the browser will always do all the things that we say here in this file. Now, our goal is to get a canvas, and for that, here in the first line, we wrote a canvas tag. After this, the browser will simply read this tag, and if everything goes right, at this point, the browser should give us a canvas. In fact, when the browser reads this tag, behind the scenes, it will actually create a new canvas. So with this tag, we are asking the browser to create a new canvas. Now, does this work? Well, to check whether something works, we just need to come back to the browser, and then we just take a look at what happened. Now, notice that here the browser looks empty. So, where is the canvas? Well, the answer is that now, in reality, there is a canvas here in the browser. Where? Well, the issue is that we cannot see it. And we cannot see it because by default, the canvas is invisible. So now we have a canvas, but we cannot see it. Can we change this somehow? Can we somehow make the canvas visible? Well, the answer is yes. To fix this, now we will add a little border here around the canvas, and then we will be able to see the canvas. So this is the idea. The question is, how can we create this border? Well, for this, we need to use something called attributes. Alright, at this point, technically we have a canvas. However, we cannot see it. And we cannot see it because by default, the canvas is invisible. To fix this, now we will add a little border all around the canvas, and then we will be able to see the canvas. Now, the question is, how do we do this? Well, very simply, we need to customize the canvas. So let's come back to the code, and now let me show you how it works. The idea is this. Right now, we have this canvas tag, and when the browser reads this tag, it will give us a new canvas. Then here we want to customize the canvas, and to do that, we just need to customize this tag. Now, every time we want to customize a tag, we just need to write some code here inside of the tag. So now we will write some code here inside of the tag, and specifically here we will tell the browser that we want to add a border around the canvas. Now the code looks like this. First, after the word canvas, we leave one empty space. So with this, the browser knows that we want to customize something. And then after this, we tell the browser what we want to do. Specifically, in our case, we will customize something called style. So here we write the word style. Now, every time we write a word here inside of a tag, this is called an attribute. And in HTML, we use attributes to customize tags. Now, in general, there are quite a few different attributes that we can use, and with each attribute, we can customize something unique. For example, in this case, we added the style attribute, and with this specific attribute, we can customize the way the canvas looks. Now, here we still need a few more things. First, after the word style, we write an equal sign. Then we write two double quotes. And finally, inside of these quotes, we tell the browser what we actually want to change. Now, in our case, we want to add a border around the canvas. To create this border, here in the quotes, we need to write the word border. Then we write the colon character, and then we write the word solid. So we write this code here between quotes, and with this code we are telling the browser that the canvas must have a border. Specifically, we want a border of type solid. After this, let's come back to the browser and notice that now we have this black rectangle. Now, what is this? Well, this is the border of the canvas. So at this point, we have this border, this black rectangle, and inside of it, we have the canvas. All right, with that said, now finally we can see the canvas. What do we do next? Well, here we need to customize the canvas a bit more. So let's come back to the code, and then here we will add a few more attributes. Now, just like before, all the attributes will go here inside of the tag. So once again, we will write some code here inside of the tag. Now, what we do is here, after the style attribute, we leave one empty space. So the browser knows that we want to customize the canvas even more. And then we write a new attribute called ID. Now, what does this attribute do? Well, at a high level, an ID is kind of like a name. So with this attribute, we are telling the browser that we want to give a name to the canvas. Now, why are we doing this? Well, the idea is that later on, when we move to JavaScript, the canvas will need to have a name. And to save some time, we are creating the name now. So we give a name to the canvas now, but we will only use it later on when we move to JavaScript. Now, here we need to write a few more things. Specifically, here, after the attribute, we need to write an equal sign. Then we need to write two double quotes. And here, between the quotes, we need to tell the browser the name of the canvas. Now, here we can choose whatever name we want. So, what name do we give to the canvas? Well, our goal is to use this canvas to draw a clock. So, let's pick a very intuitive name and let's call this canvas clock. And that's it. With this attribute, now the browser knows that the canvas is called clock. Now, here I want to mention a very important detail. You see, IDs are, let's say, invisible. This means that if we come back to the browser, notice that everything looks the same. I mean, if we look around, nothing seems to have changed. However, in reality, now, behind the scenes, the browser knows that the canvas is called clock. So we cannot see this, but now the canvas has the right ID. And once again, we will use this ID later on when we move to JavaScript. All right, with that said, we completed the second attribute. After this, we only need two more attributes. And these ones are very special because we will use these attributes to solve a little issue. Now, what's wrong? Well, you see, the issue is that right now the canvas is a bit too small. And that's a problem because if we tried to draw the clock now, it would be pretty difficult to actually see it. What we want to do is we want to take the canvas and we want to make it larger. So when we draw the clock, it will be nice and easy to see. The question is, how do we change the size of the canvas? Well, let me show you. What we do is we come back to the code, and then here we will add 2 more attributes. Now, just like before, every time we want to add a new attribute, we must always write it here inside of the tag. So once again, we are here inside of the tag. Then here we leave one empty space right after the ID attribute. And then after this, we add a new attribute. Specifically, this one is called width, and the value is 500. Now, with this attribute, we are asking the browser to change the width of the canvas, and then internally, the browser will convert this number to pixels. So in the end, the canvas will be 500 pixels wide. After this, let's come back to the browser and notice that now the canvas is longer. In fact, if we tried to measure it, we would find that now the canvas is 500 pixels longer. So at this point, we fixed the length of the canvas. Next, we need to fix the height of the canvas. And here it's basically the same idea. What we do is we come back to the code, and now we add one more attribute here inside of the tag. Specifically, this attribute is called height, and the value is once again 500. Now, with this attribute, we are asking the browser to change the height of the canvas, and then internally, the browser will convert this value to pixels. So in the end, the canvas will be 500 pixels tall. After this, let's come back to the browser and notice that now the canvas is taller. In fact, if we tried to measure it, now we would find that the canvas is 500 pixels longer and 500 pixels tall, just like we wanted. And that's it. Now we have all the attributes that we need. What do we do next? Well, at this point, we need to come back to the code, because here in this line, we are still missing one very important thing. Alright, at this point, we have our canvas, and we also added a few attributes. After this, we go here to the end of the line, and here we need to write this little bit of code. Now, this is called a closing tag. It looks just like a regular tag, but notice that right before the name, we have a slash character. So this is just like a regular tag, but with an extra character. Now, what's the purpose of this closing tag? Well, at a high level, the idea is this. In HTML, we are always working with tags. For example, here we have a canvas tag. Then in HTML, we can customize tags using attributes. For example, in our case, we use attributes to customize the style, the ID, the width, and the height of the canvas. Now, here we need to focus on a very important detail. You see, the detail is that usually attributes tend to be simple, and that's a good thing, but it can also create some issues because sometimes attributes might be too simple. In other words, sometimes we might have a situation where we want to customize a tag, but we cannot do it. And we cannot do it because by default, all the attributes are too simple. Now, what should we do when attributes are not enough? Well, to solve this problem, we have closing tags. Now, closing tags work like this. The idea is that we take the closing tag, and then here, between the tag and the closing tag, we can customize things even more. Now, for this project, we don't really use closing tags, so we don't need to see how they work. The important thing here is that even if we don't use closing tags, we still have to write them anyway. Why? Well, the answer is that if we skip even a single closing tag, we might get some weird issues later on. So here we don't use this closing tag, but we have to write it anyway. Now, in some cases, the code will work fine even without closing tags. For example, in this case, everything looked fine even without this specific closing tag. However, just to be safe, we should always write all the closing tags. And the cool thing is that in most cases, the editor will write all the closing tags automatically. So usually we don't even have to worry about this. And that's it. With this, finally, we have completed our first line of code. Now, at this point, we have spent a lot of time looking at the details of this line. So here, let's do a quick review. When the browser is reading this line, it will start from the top left here in the corner, and here we wrote the smaller than character. When the browser sees this character, it knows that here we have an HTML tag. Then the browser will see the word canvas. So here the browser knows that we want to create a canvas. After this, the browser will look for attributes. And in this tag, we added quite a few. First, we have the style attribute. With this attribute, we are telling the browser to add a border around the canvas. Specifically, we want a border of type solid. Then we tell the browser that we want to set the ID of the canvas. Specifically, the ID needs to be clock. And then finally, we tell the browser to change the width of the canvas to 500 pixels and to change the height of the canvas also to 500 pixels. After this, we have the greater than character. So here, the browser knows that these are all the attributes for the canvas. Then the browser will try to find the closing tag, which is here. Then here, technically, the browser will check whether we wrote something between the tag and the closing tag. However, in this case, we didn't write anything, so the browser will just ignore this. And that's it. This is all the code that we have. Now, the cool thing here is that if we come back to the browser, notice that we get exactly what we asked for. We get a canvas with a border, the right size, and behind the scenes, this canvas also has the right ID. So, like I mentioned at the beginning, every time we write code, we are just telling the browser what to do. Then the browser will read all the code that we have written. It will do all the things that we say. And so, as a result, now we have this canvas. Now, what do we do next? Well, here we need to fix one more thing. You see, right now the canvas is kind of lost up there in the corner. And this is a problem because if we try to draw the clock now, it would look a bit weird. It almost looks like something went wrong. What we want to do is we want to move the canvas to the center of the browser, and after this, everything will look fine. Now, the question is, how do we move the canvas? Well, to move the canvas, we need to use a new HTML tag. Alright, at this point, our goal is to move the canvas to the center of the browser. Now, the interesting thing here is that to move the canvas, we will use a new HTML tag. So let's come back to the code. Then we go to the next line, and here we add the new tag, which is called style. Now, when we write this tag, the editor will add a closing tag for us. And remember, we actually need these closing tags, so this time we keep it here. Now, let's focus on the new tag. What happens when we use this tag? Well, at a high level, a style tag is very similar to the style attribute. So we use this tag to change the way things look. Now, the question is, why do we need this tag? I mean, can't we just use the attribute? Well, the issue is that the attribute is, let's say, very limited. For example, with the attribute, we cannot move the canvas. So in our case, the attribute is not enough. Now, what should we do? Well, when the attribute is not enough, we can always use a style tag. Basically, the style tag is just like the style attribute, but without limitations. Now, style tags are very interesting. The idea is that we have the closing tag, then we go here between the tag and the closing tag, and in here we can change the style of everything. So now we go here between the two tags, and here we will write all the code to move the canvas. Now, here we will proceed like this. First, I will show you how the code works at a high level, and then we will write the actual code. So here, let's come back to the browser, and the idea is this. By default, the canvas is, let's say, locked. And this is a problem because this means that we cannot move the canvas. To solve this problem, we will tell the browser to remove the lock. Then after this, we will simply tell the browser to move the canvas here to the center. And that's it. These are all the steps to move the canvas. Once again, we tell the browser to remove the lock, and then we just move the canvas to the center. Now, with that said, let me show you the actual code. What we do is we come back to the code. Then here, every time we use a style tag, we must always begin by telling the browser what thing we want to change. Now, in our case, we want to move the canvas, and it's a bit weird because to move the canvas, we need to modify something called body. Now, what is this? Well, for this project, we don't need to know the details of this. However, just to give you an idea, here we have the browser, the program here that we use to see our web page. Then here in the browser, we have created a canvas, which is this square here. And then now we get this new thing called body. Now, the body is this thing here, this big space here in the browser. So this is the body. The question is, what's the point of this? Well, the idea is that every time we create something, the browser will always put it here in the body. For example, in our case, we created a canvas, and the canvas is here in the body. So this is the idea. The body is just this big space in the browser, and every time we create something, the browser will always put it here in the body. Now, the important thing for us is that here we want to move the canvas, and for that, we need to change the style of the body. Now, how can we do that? Well, very simply, here in the code, we added a style tag, and then in the tag, we wrote the word body. So with this, the browser knows that here we want to change the style of the body. Then after this, we write open and close curly brackets. And a little note here, depending on what keyboard you are using, it's possible that maybe you don't have a specific key to write open and close curly bracket. Now, if that's the case, don't worry because you can write curly brackets like this. First, you need to press and hold the Alt key, which is down here to the right of the spacebar. Very often, this key is called Alt Graph. Basically, this is kind of like the Shift key, but when you hold down this key, you can write special characters. So to write curly brackets, hold down this specific Alt key, and then you just need to press two other keys. Now, this is the idea. However, there's a little issue here because every keyboard is different, and so I cannot tell you exactly which keys you have to press. Now, in general, I have noticed that for curly brackets, many keyboards use the number 7 and the number 0. So to write curly brackets, you can try to hold down Alt and then press 7 and 0. Or if that doesn't work, another common option is the letter B and the letter N. So while holding down Alt, try to press the letter B and the letter N. Another option I have seen is the two keys here, right next to the return key. So you can also try these ones. However, like I mentioned, every keyboard is different. So if these don't work, you will need to try every single key until you find the right ones. And if that doesn't work, try to hold down both Alt and Shift. Sometimes with some keyboards, you need to use Alt and Shift together. So as you can see, it's a bit of a mess, but if you try all the keys, at some point you should find the right ones to write curly brackets. Now, with that said, let's come back to the code. Then here we have just written these two curly brackets, and it's very cool because inside of these brackets, we will tell the browser all the things that we want to change. Now, in our case, first we need to unlock the canvas. To do this, we write the word display, followed by a colon, and then we write the word grid. So we write this code, and with this, we are telling the browser that we want to unlock the canvas. Now, here, in reality, behind the scenes, there's a few more things going on. However, for this project, we don't really need to know the details of display and grid. So here, let's keep it simple and let's just say that now, with this code, the browser has unlocked the canvas. Now, at this point, we need to add a little bit more code. What we do is here, after the word grid, we write a semicolon. So the browser knows that we want to do more changes. And then after this, we write the words place content with the dash. Then we write a colon. And then we write the word center. So now we have this new code, and this code is very nice because here we are just telling the browser that we want to take all the things that we have created and we want to move everything to the center. So in our case, the browser will take the canvas and it will move it to the center. And that's it. This is all the code that we need. After this, let's come back to the browser and notice that now the canvas is centered, just like we wanted. All right, with that said, the canvas is almost ready. We only need to update two very small things. So let's quickly come back to the code. Then here we need to make the canvas even larger because for this project, the canvas needs to be really big. So what we do is we come back here to the canvas tag. Then we change the width of the canvas to 1000 pixels and we change the height of the canvas also to 1000 pixels. So with this, now the canvas is even bigger. Then for the rest of the project, we don't really need the border anymore. So here we can just remove it and that's it. With these changes, the canvas is finally ready. Now, here, keep in mind that we just removed the border. So if we come back to the browser, notice that now the canvas is once again invisible. However, this is not a problem because for the rest of the project, we no longer need the border. All right, with that said, the canvas is ready. What do we do next? Well, here let's do a quick recap. For this project, our goal is to draw this clock. Then we saw that every time we want to draw, we always need two things: a canvas and a brush. Now, at this point, we have the canvas. So let me hide it from the list. And as you can see, now we are only missing one thing: the brush. Now, the question is, how do we get this brush? Well, let me show you. All right, at this point, we have a canvas, and now we need to get a brush. How can we do this? Well, here it's very interesting because in reality, at this point, we already have a brush. In fact, we already have a few of these brushes. Now, how is this possible and where are these brushes? Well, the answer is that when we use the canvas tag, the browser will create a new canvas for us, and behind the scenes, the browser will also create a few brushes. Now, when we look at the browser, we cannot see these brushes, but they are there together with the canvas. So, once again, in reality, now we already have a few brushes. However, here there is a problem. You see, yes, technically we have all these brushes, but we cannot use them. Why? Well, the issue is that right now we are writing HTML code, and in HTML we simply cannot use these brushes. It's impossible. So we have some brushes, but we cannot use them. What do we do? Well, here I can tell you that there is a way to use these brushes. And to explain how it works, I need to show you a very interesting detail. You see, earlier I told you that when we write code for the browser, we must always use a very special language called HTML. The detail is that in reality, when we write code for the browser, we can also use two other languages. And the surprising thing is that here in our code, we have already used one of these other languages. Specifically, we used it here in the style tag. So here we have the style tag, and the interesting thing is that inside of this tag, we always use a special language called CSS. Now, for this project, we don't really use this language a lot, so we will not look at how it works. The important thing here is that when we write code for the browser, we always begin with HTML, but in some very specific cases, we can also use other languages. For example, in our case, we started with some HTML, and then in the style tag, we also used a little bit of CSS. Now, the question is, why do we have multiple languages? I mean, why not just one language? Well, the idea is that each language is designed for a specific purpose. We have HTML. This is the language for creating things. Like we use the HTML to create the canvas. And then we also have CSS. This is the language for changing the way things look. Now, HTML and CSS are two very nice languages, and we can use them to do a lot of very cool things. However, these two languages are also very limited. For example, with these two languages, we cannot draw on the canvas. And this is a very big problem because for this project, we need to draw on the canvas. So what do we do? Well, here I can finally tell you that when we write code for the browser, we can also use a third language, JavaScript. Now, JavaScript is really cool because compared to HTML and CSS, JavaScript has no limits. With JavaScript, we can do pretty much whatever we want. And here I am introducing JavaScript because, well, to get a brush and to draw the clock, we need to use JavaScript. All right, at this point, we know that for the brush, we must use JavaScript. The question is, how do we use JavaScript? Well, let me show you. What we do is we come back to the code, then we go to the next line, and here we add a new tag. Specifically, this tag is called script. After this, the editor will write a closing tag for us, and here, once again, we keep this closing tag. Otherwise, things will not work. Now, here we added a script tag. The question is, what happens when we use this tag? Well, very simply, this is just like a style tag, but for JavaScript. Basically, the idea is that we have the script tag, and here, between the tag and the closing tag, we can write all the JavaScript code that we want. So here, between these tags, we can use JavaScript. Now, this is how the tag works. However, for this project, we will do things a bit differently. You see, the idea is that in the end, we will write quite a few lines of JavaScript, and if we keep all the code here in this file will become too long. Now, when a file is too long, it might be a bit difficult to manage, so to avoid any issues, we will write all the JavaScript code in a different file. Now, like I mentioned, we will write all the JavaScript code in a different file. The question is, how? Well, to do this, we just need to add one attribute. And we will write this attribute here in the script tag. So once again, now we are here inside of the script tag. Now here we add a new attribute called src, and this attribute is very interesting because with this we are telling the browser that yes, now we want to use JavaScript. However, the code itself is in a different file. Then here, after this, we write an equal sign, then we write two double quotes, and between these quotes, we write the location of the file. Now, in our case, this file will be in the same folder as the web page, and it's a bit weird, but we write this folder like this, using a dot and a slash. So the file is in the same folder together with the web page, and the name of the file is index.js. And that's it. This is the entire line. Now, let's do a quick review. In this line, we tell the browser that now we want to use JavaScript. However, the code itself is in a different file. Specifically, the code is in the current folder inside of a file called index.js. So this is all the code that we need. Then, when the browser reads this line, it will do all the things that we say. So here, the browser will go and read all the code that we have written in this file. Now, this is what happens in this line. However, for now, this will not work. Why? Well, the issue is that right now, this file doesn't exist. So what do? Well, very simply, now we have to create index.js. So here, let me zoom out, and now we will create the new file. What we do is we go here to the Explorer, and if you don't see the Explorer, you can open it just by clicking the first button up there in the corner. So we are here in the Explorer, and to create a file, we just need to click the first button here. This is the same button that we also used to create the web page. Then we have to give the new file a name, and in this case, we call it index.js, just like we wrote in the attribute. Then we press enter, and there we go. Now we have the new file. Now, at this point, VS Code will do two things. First, VS Code will reorganize all the files in the Explorer. So here in the Explorer, all the files will always be organized by name. And then notice that the editor has changed. Specifically, what happened is VS Code opened up a new editor for the new file. So at this point, we have two editors. We have the new one for index.js and the old one for index.html. Now, here I want to show you two things that are very useful when we use VS Code. And these are very simple things, but again, they are very useful. First, if we want, we can always switch between the editors. To do so, we just use the tabs up here. And for example, in this case, we switch to index.html. Then, if we want to go back to index.js, we just click the other tab, and there we go. Now we are back on index.js. So this is the first thing I wanted to show you. After this, the other thing is that in VS Code, we can also close the editors. And to do so, we just need to click the X button of a specific tab. For example, in this case, we closed the editor for index.js. Then, if we want to reopen an editor, we just move here to the Explorer, we go to the file that we want, and we click it. When we do this, VS Code will reopen the editor for the file, and in this case, now we are back on index.js. So these are all the things I wanted to show you. They are very simple, but they are also very useful. All right, with that said, now we are looking at the new file, index.js. After this, let me zoom back in, and now we are finally ready to use JavaScript. All right, at this point, we are looking at the new file, index.js. Now, here, first of all, I want to repeat a very important thing. You see, every time we write code, we are always telling the browser what to do. So, just like before, here in this file, we will keep writing code. Then the browser will keep reading all the code that we write, and the browser will keep doing all the things that we say. The only difference is that now, in this file, instead of HTML, we will use JavaScript. All right, with that said, what do we do here? Well, to start things off, we need to do two things. First, we need to grab the canvas from the web page, and when we do this, the browser will also give us all the brushes that it created for us earlier. Here, remember, when we told the browser to create the canvas, the browser also created a few brushes for us. So we will grab the canvas and the brushes. Then, after this, we will grab one of the brushes from the canvas, and at this point, we will be ready to draw the clock. So, once again, first we grab the canvas, then we grab one of these brushes, and then we will be ready to draw the clock. Now, with that said, let's begin with the first step. We want to grab the canvas from the web page. How can we do that? Well, to start things off, we need to go here to the first line of the file, and here we begin by writing the word document. Now, document is a JavaScript word, and in JavaScript, this word is very special. Why? Well, the idea is that when we write the word document, the browser knows that we are talking about the web page. So in JavaScript, this word represents the web page. Then after this, we write a dot. With this dot, we are telling the browser that we want to do something with the web page. And then after this, we have to tell the browser what we actually want to do. Now, what do we do in this case? Well, at this point, we have the web page, and our goal is to grab the canvas. So now we will tell the browser that we want to grab the canvas. And here it's very interesting because to get the canvas, we will use the ID attribute. So now we will tell the browser that we want to grab the canvas using the ID attribute. Now, how can we do this? Well, very simply, here after the dot, we write the sentence get element by ID. So we write this sentence here in the code. And here I need to point out one very important thing. You see, here we must write this sentence exactly like this. So we write it without spaces and with the same uppercase letters. If we forget an uppercase letter or if we add some spaces, the code will not work. Now, this probably looks a bit weird at first, but in JavaScript, every time we have an uppercase letter, we must always write it uppercase. Otherwise, things will not work. So if you see an uppercase letter here in the code, make sure to write it uppercase, otherwise the code will not work. All right, with that said, let's focus on the thing that we wrote here. What is this? Well, in JavaScript, this type of sentence is called a method. So what is a method? Well, a method is just something that the browser can do. Now, let's explore this a bit more. At a high level, the idea is that the browser can do a lot of different things, and every time we use a method, like we did here, we are just telling the browser to do something specific. For example, in this case, we wrote the getElementById method. With this method, we are telling the browser that we want to grab something from the web page. So once again, every time we use a method, we are just telling the browser to do something specific. Then the idea is that in JavaScript, there are a lot of different methods, and every time we want to do something, very often we just have to find the right method. For example, in this case, we want to grab something from the web page, and for that, we use the getElementById method. Now, every time we use a method, we must always follow two rules. The first rule is that here, after the method, we must always write open and close parentheses. If we forget these parentheses, the code will not work. So once again, here we write open and close parentheses. Then after this, the second rule is that every time we use a method, we must always check the documentation. And we have to do this because sometimes when we use a method, we might have to give the browser some details. Now, to see the documentation, we just go here on the method, and after a few seconds, the documentation will show up. Now, the thing we are looking for is always here, between parentheses. This is the list of all the details that we have to provide every time we use this specific method. Now, what do we do with this information? Well, in this case, we can see that every time we use the getElementById method, we must always tell the browser the ID of the thing that we want. Now, in our case, we want to get the canvas. So in the code, we must tell the browser the ID of the canvas. Now, what is the ID of the canvas? Well, if we look again at the web page, here we have the canvas, and the ID is clock. So to get the canvas, we must give this ID to the browser. How? Well, very simply, we focus again on the code. Then we go to the parentheses of the method. And here, inside of the parentheses, we write the ID, which is clock. Now, at this point, we need to focus on a very important detail. You see, every time we write something here in index.js, the browser will always think that this is all JavaScript code. Now, why am I telling you this? Well, I am pointing this out because now this will give us a very big problem. You see, the issue is that here the word clock is not JavaScript. This is just a word. It's just a text. However, the browser doesn't know this. So when the browser is reading our code, it will try to figure out what we want with this word. And since this is not a JavaScript word, the browser will get very confused. Now, this is a very bad problem because when the browser gets confused, things will not work. So, what do we do? Well, the solution is very simple. To fix this issue, we just need to write this word between quotes. Specifically, what we do is we add a quote here, right before the text, and we add another quote here, right after the text. Now, when we write something like this, some text between quotes, this is called a string. And in JavaScript, we use strings to add text to our code. Now, let me repeat. Every time we want to add some text to our code, we must always write it like this, between quotes. The nice thing here is that when we write something like this, the browser knows that inside of the quotes, this is all just text. In other words, here we are telling the browser that the word clock is not JavaScript code. This word is just text. Then what happens is when the browser is reading our code, it will see the string clock. And since this is a string, the browser knows that here we just want the word clock. And so everything will be fine. Once again, the idea is that every time we need to add some text to our code, we must always write it between quotes. Alright, with that said, here we have finished this line of code, and now I need to point out another detail. You see, in JavaScript, every time we finish a line of code, here at the end, we should always write a semicolon. Basically, with this semicolon, we are telling the browser that here, this line is complete. Now, in reality, semicolons are a bit more complex. The idea is that we use semicolons to separate something called statements, and surprisingly, in most cases, semicolons are actually optional. However, for this project, we don't really need to see the details of semicolons, so let's keep it simple and let's just say that after each line, we always write a semicolon. Now, at this point, we have spent a lot of time looking at the details of this line. So here, let's do a quick review. In this line, we start by mentioning the web page. Then we tell the browser that we want to do something with the web page, and then we tell the browser that specifically we want to use the getElementById method. Now, every time we use this method, we must always tell the browser the ID of the thing that we want to get. So here, in the parentheses, we tell the browser that we want to get something with the ID clock. And that's it. This is the entire line. Now, the cool thing here is that just like before, the browser will read this line and it will do all the things that we say. So in this case, the browser will take the web page and it will grab the thing with the ID clock. So in this case, the browser will grab the canvas. Now, what happens after this? Well, very simply, at this point, here in index.js, finally we have the canvas. However, this is not enough. You see, yes, now we have the canvas, but immediately after this, the browser will throw it away. Why? Well, the answer is that right now we are not doing anything with the canvas. So the browser will assume that we don't really need it, and so the browser will simply throw it away. Now, maybe this looks a bit weird, but usually this is a very good thing. Basically, here the browser is just trying to prevent some very bad issues, and the easiest solution is to just throw everything away. However, in this case, this is not what we want, because we need the canvas. So what do? Well, very simply, here we need to save the canvas. Now, how can we do that? Well, let me show you. All right, we managed to grab the canvas, but we also learned that immediately after this, the browser will throw it away. Now, to prevent this from happening, here we need to tell the browser that we want to save the canvas. How? Well, the code looks like this. First, here before the word document, we need to write an equal sign. When we write an equal sign, we are telling the browser that we want to save the thing after the equal sign. So in this case, we are telling the browser that we want to save the canvas. Then every time we save something, we must always give it a name. So now here we must give the canvas a name. And maybe this sounds a bit surprising because, well, we have already done this before. You see, if we look back at the web page, we have already given a name to the canvas here with the ID attribute. So why do we need to do this again? Well, the answer is that IDs are only for HTML and technically also for CSS. So IDs are only for HTML and CSS. When we are in JavaScript, we must always create new names. Now, what name do we give to the canvas here in JavaScript? Well, in this case, we are saving a canvas, and for this project, we will simply call it canvas. So with this, we are telling the browser that the canvas is called canvas. After this, we just need one more thing. What we do is here, before the name, we write the word const. Now, at this point, this word is not very important, so here we will not look at the details of this. The idea is that in JavaScript, when we save something, we have a few options to control how the thing will be saved. And in this case, we are using an option called const. However, once again, the details are not important here, so let's just say that when we save something, we also write the word const. And that's it. This is how we save things in JavaScript. Now, here, let's review the new code that we wrote. In this line, we tell the browser that we want to grab the canvas from the web page, and then we tell the browser that we want to save the canvas using the name canvas and the const option. Then, when the browser reads this code, it will do all the things that we say. So the browser will grab the canvas and it will save it using the name canvas and the const option. Now, the important thing here is that with this new code, the browser will not throw away the canvas anymore. So at this point, finally, we can use the canvas here in index.js. So now we have the canvas. What do we do next? Well, the important thing here is that behind the scenes, when we grabbed the canvas, the browser also grabbed all the brushes. So now we will just tell the browser that we want to grab one of these brushes from the canvas. And then after this, we will be ready to draw the clock. Now, how do we grab one of the brushes? Well, let me show you. Alright, at this point, we managed to grab the canvas from the web page, and behind the scenes, the browser also grabbed all the brushes. So right now, this is what we have. Then after this, now we will simply take one of the brushes from the canvas, and then we will be ready to draw the clock. Now, how can we grab this brush? Well, what we do is we go here to the next line, and we start by writing the word canvas. Now, what happens when we do this? Well, when we write this word, the browser knows that we are talking about the canvas. So when we want to work with the canvas, we just write the word canvas. Now, here we need to focus on a very important thing. You see, in JavaScript, this word is very special. And it's very special because this is a word that we invented. Now, how is this possible? Well, we can find the answer up here in this line. You see, in this line, we saved the canvas, and every time we save something, we always have to choose a name. Now, the important detail here is that when we save something, the name becomes a word that we can use in the code. So by default, in JavaScript, the word canvas doesn't exist. And here, in this line, we are inventing it. Then, after this, every time we write the word canvas, the browser knows that we are talking about the canvas. Now, this is very important, so let me repeat. Every time we save something in JavaScript, we always have to choose a name. Then, after this, we can use the thing that we have saved just by writing its name in the code. For example, here we saved the canvas and we chose the name canvas. Then, after this, every time we want to use the canvas, we just need to write the word canvas. So, with that said, here in this line, the browser knows that we are talking about the canvas. Now, what do we do with the canvas? Well, here after the word canvas, we write a dot. So the browser knows that we want to do something with the canvas. And then we must tell the browser what we actually want to do. Now, in this case, we will use a new method called getContext. And here, once again, we have to write this method like this. So we write it without spaces and with the same uppercase letter. If we forget the uppercase letter or if we add some spaces, the code will not work. So once again, we must write this method exactly like this. Now, earlier I told you that when we use a method, we are just telling the browser to do something. So what happens when we use this method? Well, very simply, with this method, we are telling the browser that we want to grab a context from the canvas. Now, what is a context? Well, a context is just a brush. I like to use the word brush because I think that it's a lot easier to understand. However, in JavaScript, the brush is actually called context. So with this method, we are telling the browser that we want to grab a brush from the canvas. Now, here we are using a method, and every time we use a method, we must always follow the two rules. So here, first, we need to write open and close parentheses, and then we also need to check the documentation. Now, notice that in this case, we get this word any. What does this mean? Well, every time we see this word, it means that no documentation was found. So here we don't have the documentation for this method. What do we do? Well, when this happens, we can always search for the documentation online. And there's nothing special here. Basically, when we are coding and we need some documentation, we can always search for it online. And very often, we will actually find what we need. Now, for this project, I want to keep things easy when possible. So what I did here is I just searched for the documentation before we started coding. And now I will just write it here on screen. So for this project, I will always write all the documentation here on screen, even when by default we get the word any. And here, keep in mind that when you are coding on your own, you can always search for the documentation online. All right, with that said, now we have the documentation for the new method. Now, notice that when we use this method, we must give the browser a context type. What is a context type? Well, very simply, it's kind of like a name. You see, the idea is that we have our canvas, and together with the canvas, we also have a few brushes. Now, these brushes are all very different, and so the browser needs to know which one we want. Now, for this project, we will not go into the details of each brush. The important thing for us is that each brush has a type, which is kind of like a name. And now we just need to tell the browser which one of these brushes we want. Specifically, in our case, we will use the brush of type 2D. So let's focus again on the code. Then here we move back to the parentheses, and here inside of the parentheses, we tell the browser that we want the brush of type 2D. Now notice that here we write 2D between quotes. So this is a string. Why do we use a string? Well, the answer is that here 2D is not a JavaScript word. In fact, this is just text. And in JavaScript, every time we want to write text, we must always write it like this, between quotes. Without these quotes, the browser will not understand what we have written, and so the code will not work. All right, with that said, this line is complete. After this, here at the end, we write a semicolon, just like before, and that's it. Now, at this point, let's do a quick review. In this line, we tell the browser that we want to take the canvas and we want to grab a brush of type 2D. Then, when the browser reads this line of code, it will do all the things that we say. So the browser will take the canvas and it will grab the brush of type 2D. Now, the cool thing here is that finally now we have a brush. Specifically, we have the 2D brush. So now we have a brush. What do we do next? Well, here we need to solve a little issue. You see, yes, at this point we finally have a brush. However, immediately after this, the browser will take the brush and it will throw it away. Why? Well, this is the same issue that we had earlier with the canvas. The issue is that here we are not doing anything with the brush, and so the browser will just throw it away. Now, of course, this is not what we want, because we need the brush. So what do? Well, very simply, now we will tell the browser that we want to save the brush. Now, every time we want to save something, the steps are always the same. First, we need to write an equal sign right before the thing that we want to save. Then we have to choose a name. So in this case, we have to tell the browser what name we want to give to the brush. Now, what name do we choose? Well, for this project, we will call the brush CTX. Now, what's up with this name? Well, CTX is just the short version of the word context. It probably looks a bit weird at first, but when we are working with the context, this is a very common name. So for this project, the brush is called CTX. Then we write the word const, and that's it. With this new code, the browser will grab the 2D brush and it will save it using the name CTX and the const option. So with this code, the browser will save the brush, and that's very good because with this, now we can use the brush here in index.js. Now, with that said, here I need to mention a very important thing. You see, at this point, we have all the tools that we need. We have a canvas and a brush. However, if we come back to the browser, notice that the browser looks empty. So what's going on? Well, we know that the canvas is actually here. It's invisible, but it's here. The question is, where's the brush? Well, here we learn that the brush is also invisible. And sadly, we have no way to see it. So technically, now we have a brush, but we cannot see it. Now, here it would be very helpful if we could actually see the brush somehow. So here's the idea. For this project, I will show you the brush using, well, this image of a brush. And this will be very helpful because with this, I can show you what's happening when we use the brush. For example, with this, I will be able to show you things like when we change the color of the brush. Or I can also show you when we move the brush around, and so on. However, once again, keep in mind that this is just an image. In reality, when we look at the browser, the brush will always be invisible. Alright, with that said, let's do a quick recap. At this point, we have the canvas and we also have the brush. Now, these are all the tools that we need for this project. So here, let's come back to our list of objectives, and since we have all the tools, we can cross it off from the list. After this, now we are finally ready to draw the clock, and specifically, now we start by drawing the hands of the clock. Alright, at this point, we have all the tools that we need. After this, now we will draw all the hands of the clock. Specifically, we will draw 3 hands. One for the hours, one for the minutes, and one for the seconds. Now, here we will start by drawing the hand for the hours, and we start with only one hand because this way we can see in great detail how to draw in JavaScript. So once again, we start with the hand for the hours, and then we will draw the other 2 hands. The one for the minutes and the one for the seconds. Alright, with that said, this is the plan. Now, to start things off, let me show you at a high level all the steps to draw the first hand. So, to draw the first hand, we will take the brush, then we will change the color of the brush. Specifically, for the first hand, we will make it black. Then we will change the thickness of the brush. Then we will move the brush to the center of the canvas, and then finally we will just draw a line. So these are all the steps to draw the first hand, and now we will simply do the same things using JavaScript. Alright, now we will draw the hand for the hours, and the first thing we do is we take the brush and we change its color. Specifically, in this case, for this hand, we will make it black. Now, how can we do this in JavaScript? Well, let me show you. What we do is we come back to the code, and here we start by leaving one empty line. In other words, here we don't write anything. Now, why do we do this? Well, the idea is that if we leave some empty lines here and there, the code will become a bit easier to read. Now, this doesn't always work. We can also have too much empty space. However, in general, it's still a very good idea if we leave some empty lines here and there. And in terms of functionality, the browser will simply ignore all the empty lines, so we can always add and remove all the empty lines that we want. Alright, with that said, once again, here we don't write anything. After this, we go to the next line, and here we will change the color of the brush. Now, to change the color of the brush, we start by writing the word CTX. And here I want to point out a very important thing. You see, every time we write the word CTX, the browser knows that we are talking about the brush. How? Well, very simply, this is just the name that we chose up here. And since we used an equal sign, the browser knows that this is just the name for the brush. In other words, here in this line, we told the browser that the brush is called CTX, and now every time we want to use the brush, we can simply write the word CTX. Now, the cool thing here is that once again we invented a new word, and then we are using it in the code. And I am pointing this out because in JavaScript, this is a very common thing. You see, in JavaScript, we can invent all the words that we want, and then we can use these new words in the code. Now, with that said, what do we do with the brush? Well, here, after the word CTX, we write a dot. So the browser knows that we want to do something with the brush. And then we write stroke style, all without spaces and with an uppercase S. Now, a little note here. At this point, for the rest of the project, I will stop mentioning all the uppercase letters, and I do this because otherwise it will get a bit too repetitive. Once again, keep in mind that every time you see an uppercase letter here in the code, make sure to write it uppercase, otherwise the code will not work. Now, with that said, let's focus on the thing that we wrote here. You see, so far we have used a few methods, And notice that this here looks exactly like a method. However, this is not a method. In fact, this is called a property. Now, what is a property? Well, in JavaScript, properties represent things like facts, details, settings. For example, this property represents the color of the brush. Now, this is the first time that we see a property, so let's explore this idea a bit further. First of all, we can see that properties and methods look exactly the same. So, what's the difference? Well, at a high level, properties are the things that the browser knows, and methods are the things that the browser can do. So they look very similar, but they are completely different. Now, this is the idea at a high level. At this point, let's take a closer look at properties. First of all, every time we want to work with a property, we always start with a word. For example, in this case, we have the word ctx. So this is the brush. Then we write a dot, so the browser knows that we want to do something with the brush, and then we write the name of the property that we want. For example, in this case, we have a property called stroke style. Now, properties work like this. Every property is kind of like a container, and in these containers, we keep values. For example, here we have the stroke style property, and in the container, we have the value brown. Now, what's the point of this container? Well, the idea is that we have the brush, then we have the stroke style property, and in this property, we keep the color of the brush. Now, the important thing here is that this is the color of the brush. What does this mean? Well, the answer is that every time we use the brush, the browser will go to this specific property. It will read the value of the property, and this is the color that we will see on the canvas. For example, notice that in this case, the value is brown. Well, if we come back to the browser, notice that the brush is brown, just like the property. And then if we draw a line, notice that the line is brown. Once again, just like the property. So this property is the color of the brush. And the cool thing is that if we want to change the color of the brush, we just need to change the value of this property. For example, let's say that we want to make the brush red. Well, to do that, we just need to change the value of this property to red. After this, if we come back to the browser, notice that now the brush is red, just like the property. And if we draw a line, notice that the line is red. Once again, just like the property. And that's it. This is the entire idea. Once again, this property represents the color of the brush, and the value is the color of the brush. So this is how properties work. And here I want to point out that this is just one property of the brush. In reality, the brush has many different properties. And with these properties, we can change many different things about the brush. Now, for this project, we will only use a few of these properties, so we don't have to know all the other ones. However, keep in mind that when we use the brush, there are a lot of properties that we can use. And for completeness, here I want to mention that in JavaScript, pretty much every word has properties. So we have properties for the brush, but we also have other properties for the canvas, the document, and pretty much any other word in JavaScript. Now, for this project, we will only use like 5 properties in total, so we don't really get to see many of these properties. However, keep in mind that in JavaScript, almost every word has its own properties. All right, with that said, let's do a quick recap. In JavaScript, we have properties. Properties are kind of like containers, and in each of these containers, we have some value. Then the idea is that all these properties represent the details of something. Like, for example, this is a property of the brush, and every time we want to know something or to change something, very often we just need to find the right property. All right, with that said, let's come back to the code. And our goal here is to change the color of the brush. How can we do that? Well, here we have the stroke style property, and we saw that this property represents the color of the brush. So to change the color, we just need to change the value of this property. Now, how can we change the value in JavaScript? Well, very simply, we just write an equal sign right after the name of the property, and then we need to write the new value. Now, the cool thing here is that when we work with the brush, we can always write all the colors by name. For example, in this case, we want the color black, and for that, we just write the string black. And that's it. This is the new value of the property. After this, we just add a semicolon, and with that, the line is complete. Now, here, let's do a quick review. In this line, we tell the browser to take the brush. Then we tell the browser to access a property called stroke style. And finally, we tell the browser to change the value of this property to black. When the browser reads this line of code, it will do all the things that we say. So the browser will take the brush, it will access the property called stroke style, and it will change the value to black. Now, here, this property represents the color of the brush. So at this point, technically, the brush should be black. Does this actually work? Well, if we come back to the browser, notice that now the brush is black. So yes, the code is working fine. Now here, keep in mind that in reality we cannot see the brush. So what I did is I just updated the image of the brush, and now we can see that the color is black. All right, with that said, we have managed to change the color of the brush. After this, now we will change the thickness of the brush. All right, we managed to change the color of the brush. After this, now we want to change the thickness of the brush. How can we do this? Well, in JavaScript, the thickness is just a property. And to change the thickness, we just need to change that specific property. So what we do is we come back to the code, then we go to the next line, we tell the browser that we want to work with the brush, and this time we want to access a new property. Specifically, this property is called line width, and this is the property for the thickness. Now, our goal is to change the thickness. So here we write an equal sign, and then we have to write the new value. Specifically, here we choose a thickness of 50. Now, why 50? Well, very simply, I just tried a few values behind the scenes, and this one looked good enough, so 50 is a good choice. Then here internally, the browser will convert this value to pixels. So in the end, the brush will have a thickness of 50 pixels. All right, with that said, this is the entire line. After this, we just write a semicolon, and that's it. This is how we change the thickness of the brush. Now, here I want to point out two things. First, for the rest of this project, I will stop mentioning the semicolons, and I will do this because otherwise it gets a bit too repetitive. As usual, the rule is always the same. We always write a semicolon at the end of each line. So once again, I will keep writing all the semicolons. However, I will not mention them out loud, otherwise it gets a bit too repetitive. And then for the second thing, let's focus again on the number. You see, this is the first time that we encounter a number in JavaScript. Now, notice that when we have a number, we simply write the number itself. So we just have the number without any extra characters. Now, why am I pointing this out? Well, the idea is that earlier we had to write text, and we learned that with text, we always need to write everything between quotes. Then here we learn that when we have a number, we just write the number itself. The interesting thing here is that if we take the number and we write it between quotes, the browser will think that this is a string. So once again, when we write numbers in JavaScript, we don't need to add any extra characters. It's a very small detail, but it's still a very good thing to know. All right, with that said, let's come back to the browser. And here I updated the image of the brush. So now we can see the new thickness. So at this point, we have managed to change the color and the thickness of the brush. After this, now we will move the brush to the center of the canvas. All right, we managed to change the color and the thickness of the brush. After this, now we want to move the brush to the center of the canvas. How can we do that? Well, here, first of all, we need to solve a little problem. You see, the issue is that by default, the brush is kind of locked. And this is a problem because it means that we cannot move the brush. So first, we have to unlock the brush, and then after this, we will be able to move it. Now, to unlock the brush, it's actually very easy. What we do is we come back to the code, we go to the next line, we tell the browser that we want to work with the brush, and this time we want to use a method called beginPath. Now, like I mentioned, this is a method. So here, after the method, we have to write the parentheses. Then we need to check the documentation and notice that in this case, the parentheses are empty. What do we do? Well, when the parentheses are empty, it means that we don't have to provide any details. So here we just keep the parentheses empty. All right, with that said, this is the entire method. And now the brush is unlocked. Now, here I want to mention that in reality, behind the scenes, there's a bit more going on with this method. Basically, the idea is that here we are actually creating something called a path. However, for this project, we don't really use this idea of paths. So let's keep it simple and let's just say that now, at this point, the brush is unlocked. So now we can move the brush, and specifically, we will move it here to the center of the canvas. Now, the question is, how can we do this? Well, to move the brush, we come back to the code, we go to the next line, we take the brush again, and this time we use a new method called move_to. Then, as usual, we write the parentheses, and then we check the documentation. Now, notice that for this method, we have to provide two values. The first one is called x, and the second one is called y. Now, these two values are very special, and here we need to take a look at how they work. So let's come back to the browser, then let me bring back the brush, and then now we have seen that to move the brush, we have to provide two values, x and y. Now, these two values work like this. The first value is x, and we use this value to control the horizontal position of the brush. Then we have y, and we use this value to control the vertical position of the brush. And that's it. These are x and y. Now, the interesting thing here is that these two values look very simple, but they are extremely useful. You see, if we take these two values together, using only these two values, we can move the brush everywhere we want. And this is the entire idea. With only these two values, we can move the brush everywhere we want. Now, here there are a few very important things that we should know about these values. So let's take a closer look. The first thing we need to know is that these two values are supposed to be numbers. Numbers, and then the browser will convert them to pixels. The second thing we need to know is that when both values are 0, the brush will be up here in the top left corner of the canvas. Now, here it's a little bit hard to see, so let me bring back the border of the canvas and see, we are up there in the top left corner of the canvas. Then the idea is this. The value x represents the distance of the brush from the left side of the canvas, and the value y represents the distance of the brush from the top side of the canvas. For example, in this case, the brush is 400 pixels away from the left side of the canvas, and at the same time, the brush is 300 pixels away from the top side of the canvas. And that's it. This is the entire idea. With these two values, we are just telling the browser the distance of the brush from the top left corner of the canvas. Now, here I need to mention one more thing. You see, very often these two values are called coordinates. And when we are working with coordinates, it's very convenient if we write them in a special way. So let me move the brush back here and let me show you. Every time we are working with coordinates, we always write them between parentheses. So we have these parentheses, and inside of the parentheses, we will put the two coordinates. Specifically, first we have x, then we have a comma, and after the comma, we have y. Now, why do we write coordinates between parentheses? Well, the idea is that every time we use coordinates, we are just talking about a point on the canvas. For example, in this case, we have these coordinates, and with these specific coordinates, we are just talking about this point here on the canvas. So once again, with coordinates, we are just talking about a specific point on the canvas. And then we write the coordinates between parentheses, simply because this way, when we have multiple coordinates, it's a bit easier to see each individual point. For example, here I added a second point down here on the canvas, and notice that without parentheses, it would be a bit more difficult to see each individual point. If instead we add the parentheses, now it's a bit easier to see that we have 2 points. So once again, every time we have coordinates, we are always talking about a point on the canvas, and it's always very useful if we write all the coordinates between parentheses. And a little note here, the parentheses are only for when we are looking at the canvas. So later on, when we work in the code, we will not have these parentheses. And with that said, this is the entire idea about coordinates. After this, let's go back to our original goal. Here we want to move the brush to the center of the canvas. Now, the interesting thing here is that to move the brush like this, we just need to find the coordinates of the center. So, what are the coordinates? Well, let me show you. First, we know that when the coordinates are 0, 0, the brush will be up here in the top left corner of the canvas. Then, to reach the center, we do the following. First, using the value x, we move the brush to the center horizontally. Then, using the value y, we move the brush to the center vertically. And that's it. With these two movements, we arrive exactly at the center of the canvas. Now, notice that to reach this point, we just moved by half the width and half the height of the canvas. Now, why am I pointing this out? Well, this is very useful for us because here we already know the size of the canvas. Specifically, the canvas is 1000 pixels long and 1000 pixels tall. Then we just moved by half the width and half the height, and this means that the coordinates of the center are just half the width and half the height. And that's it. These are the coordinates of the center. Once again, we just move by half the width, half the height, and we arrive right here at the center of the canvas. Now, at this point, we have the coordinates of the center. What do we do next? Well, very simply, we come back to the code, and now we just give the same coordinates to the browser. So here, between parentheses, we write 500 and 500 again. Now, here I need to point out a very important detail. You see, every time we use a method and we provide more than one value, we must always separate each value with a comma. If we forget this comma, the code will not work. So here, between the two values, we write a comma, and with that, the method is complete. After this, if we come back to the browser, notice that now the brush is at the center of the canvas. Well, in reality, we cannot see the brush, so here I just moved the image of the brush. However, if we could actually see the brush, we would see that now the brush is in the right position. So we managed to move the brush to the center of the canvas. After this, now we can finally draw the first line. Alright, we managed to move the brush to the center of the canvas, and now we will simply draw a line just like this one. Now, how can we do this in JavaScript? Well, let me show you. What we do is we come back to the code, we go to the next line, we grab the brush, and this time we use a new method called line2. Now, as usual, this is a method, so here we have to write the parentheses, and then if we check the documentation, notice that we have to provide two values, x and y. Now, these two values are supposed to be coordinates, so here, with these two values, we will describe a point, just like in the move_to method. Now, what numbers should we write here? Well, to answer this question, let's come back to the browser, and now I will give you an overview of the entire line2 method. The idea is this. Every time we want to draw a line, we always start from some specific point. For example, in this case, right now, the brush is here at the center of the canvas with coordinates 500, 500. Then we use the line2 method, and every time we use this method, we must always give the browser two values. Now, the important thing here is that these two values are coordinates. So, with these two values, we are just describing a new point on the canvas. Now, notice that with these two values, now we have 2 points. The first one is this. This is the current position of the brush. And then we also have this new point x, y. Now, the line2 method is very nice because when we use this method, the browser will simply take these 2 points and it will draw a line between the 2 points. And that's it. This is how the method works. Now, the question is, what values should we use in the code? Well, in our case, to start things off, we will simply use these 2 values. Now, why these 2 values and not some other numbers? Well, just like for the thickness, here I just tried a few values behind the scenes, and these ones looked good enough. Basically, with these 2 values, we will get a line that looks exactly like this. Alright, with that said, let's come back to the code. Then we go in the parentheses of the method, and here we write the 2 numbers. Specifically, the first one is 360. Then we write a comma. Remember, every time we have more than one value, we must always separate each value with a comma. Then the second value is 423, and that's it. This is how we draw a line in JavaScript. Now, at this point, let's come back to the browser, because here I need to show you a very important thing. You see, in the code, we just used a method called line2. And the idea is that with this method, we draw a line. So now, here, we should see a line. However, if we look at the canvas, we cannot see anything. So where is the line? Well, the idea is this. By default, every time we use the brush, all the things we draw are invisible. In other words, here we have drawn a line, but for now it's invisible, and that's why we cannot see it. Now, for this project, we don't really need to understand why this happens. However, just to give you an idea, sometimes when we use the brush, things can be a bit slow. So, to improve performance, the browser will use a little trick. What happens is, first, the browser will wait until we have finished drawing. Then we have to tell the browser to make everything visible. And when we do this, the browser will immediately show us all the things we have drawn. Once again, every time we use the brush, first we draw something, and then we just need to tell the browser to make everything visible. Now, how do we do this in JavaScript? Well, very simply, we come back to the code, we go to the next line, we grab the brush, and this time we use a new method called stroke. When we use this method, the browser will take all the things we have drawn and it will make them visible. Now, this is a method, so here, as usual, we have to write the parentheses. Then we need to check the documentation and notice that the documentation is empty. So here we don't need to provide any details. And that's it. This is the entire method. Now, here, after writing all this code, technically, when we go back to the browser, we should see a line. So, will this actually work? Well, if we come back to the browser, notice that indeed, now we can see a line. So, yes, the code is working fine. Now, with that said, here I need to mention a very important thing. You see, here it's possible that maybe in your browser the line looks really big, kind of like this. So, what's going on? Well, the idea is that for this project, the clock will be very big, and depending on how much space you have in the browser, this line might be very big. Now, if the line actually looks like this, in your case, don't worry because this is very easy to fix. Basically, if the line is too big, we just need to come back here to index.html. Then we focus on the canvas tag. And here in the tag, we bring back the style attribute. So here we write the word style. Then we write an equal sign. Then we write two double quotes. And to fix the size of the line, we just need to write the word zoom, a colon, and then we write 50% with the percent character just like this. Now, what's the purpose of this code? Well, very simply, here we are telling the browser that the canvas is actually too big, and so we want to make it smaller. Specifically, here we are telling the browser that we want to make the canvas 50% of the original size. Now, here you might be wondering, why are we writing this code? I mean, why don't we just change the numbers here, the ones that we use to set the width and the height of the canvas? Well, very simply, if we change these specific numbers, then we will get a few other issues later on. So, to keep things simple, the best solution that we have is to just use the style attribute. Specifically, we use the style attribute with the word zoom. And that's it. Now, if we come back to the browser, notice that the line is smaller. Now, in my case, with this new code, the line has become too small. So this means that for this project, I cannot use this attribute. However, if the line looks too big in your case, here you can safely keep the attribute and this will solve the issue of size. Once again, this all depends on how big your browser is, and the situation will be different for everyone. So you will have to see whether the line is too big or not. And a little note here, if the line is still too big, even after writing the attribute, you can try smaller percentages, like 25%, for example. Once again, this all depends on the size of your browser. So here you can try a few other percentages until you find one that works fine for you. And remember that you can always change this percentage anytime you want. So you don't have to find the best percentage right now. All right, with that said, let's come back to the browser and notice that here we can see this line. This is the first hand of the clock, the one for the hours. So here we have the first hand, and it's very nice because this means that all the code that we have written is working fine. Now, at this point, we have added quite a few lines of code, and we have spent a lot of time looking at the details of the code. So here, let's take one step back and let's do a quick review of all the things that we have written. All right, at this point, we managed to draw the first hand of the clock, and this is the one for the hours. Now, here we spent a lot of time looking at the details of the code. So at this point, let's do a quick review of all the code that we have now. When the browser is reading our code, it will always start by reading index.html. So the browser will start from this file, and every time the browser is reading a file, it will always begin from the top. Then it will go through all the code line by line, and it will do all the things that we say. So in this case, the browser will create a canvas with some attributes. Then the browser will move the canvas to the center, and then the browser will go and read a different file called index.js. Now here, once again, the browser will start from the top. It will go through the code line by line, and as usual, it will do all the things that we say. So here, the browser will start by grabbing the canvas. Then the browser will grab the brush. Then we have one empty line. The browser will ignore this line because, well, there is no code here. And then finally, we have all the code for drawing a hand. Specifically, here the browser will change the color of the brush. Then the browser will change the thickness of the brush. Then the browser will unlock the brush. Then the browser will move the brush to the center of the canvas. And then from the center, the browser will simply draw a line until we reach some other coordinates. After this, we tell the browser to make everything visible, and that's it. This is all the code we have. After all of these, if we come back to the browser, notice that now we have the first hand. Now, what do we do next? Well, at this point, our goal is to draw the other two hands, the one for the minutes and the one for the seconds. How can we do this? Well, the cool thing here is that every time we want to draw a hand, the steps are always the same. The only difference is that for each hand, we will use a different color, a different thickness, and different coordinates. Now, maybe this is not very easy to see, so let me show you a quick overview of how we draw the other two hands. We start with the hand for the minutes. To draw this hand, we will take the brush, then we will change the color of the brush, once again to black. Then we will change the thickness of the brush. Then we will move the brush to the center of the canvas. Then we will draw another line using some new coordinates. And that's it. This is the hand for the minutes. Now, notice that here we just followed the same steps as before. The only difference is that here we used a new thickness and new coordinates. So, like I mentioned earlier, every time we want to draw a hand, the steps are always the same. The only difference is that we change some values. Now, this is how we draw the hand for the minutes. Next, we have the hand for the seconds. And here it's basically the same thing. To draw this hand, we will take the brush. Then we will change the color of the brush, this time to red. Then we will change the thickness of the brush. Then we will move the brush to the center of the canvas. Then we will draw another line, once again with different coordinates. And that's it. Now we have all three hands. Now notice that once again the steps are always the same. The only difference is that for each hand we use different values. Now, here I want to point out a very interesting thing. You see, now we know that every time we want to draw a hand, the steps are always the same. We always take the brush, change the color, change the thickness, and so on. Now, the interesting thing is that since the steps are always the same, the code will also be the same. In other words, right now, here we have all the code to draw the first hand, and then to draw the other two hands, we will simply write the same code 2 more times. So once again, let me repeat. Our goal here is to draw the other two hands, and for that, we will just repeat the same lines of code 2 more times. And that's it. This is the entire idea. Now, with that said, let's draw the other two hands. Alright, at this point, we want to draw the other two hands, and for that, we will use a little trick. You see, earlier we saw that every time we want to draw a hand, the steps are always the same. Now, the interesting thing here is that since the steps are always the same, this means that the code will also be the same. In other words, here we have the code to draw the first hand, and to draw the other two hands, we just need to repeat the same code 2 more times. Now, here we could write the same code 2 more times ourselves, but that's a bit boring. So here is the trick. Instead of writing the code ourselves, we will simply take the code that we already have, and we will just copy-paste it 2 times. I mean, the code is always gonna be the same. So why should we write it ourselves when we can just copy-paste it 2 times? So once again, the idea is this. Now we will copy-paste the code for the first hand, and then after this, we should have all 3 hands. Now, does this idea actually work? Well, the best way to find out is let's try. What we do is we scroll a little bit farther down, then we select all the code to draw the first hand, then we right-click, and here we choose Copy. After this, we select the editor again, and here we add 2 empty lines. This way we have a little bit of space between the 2 copies of the code. Then we right-click again, and this time we choose Paste. When we do this, we will get a perfect copy of the original code. So at this point, we have the original code, and then now we also have a new perfect copy of the same code. In other words, now we are asking the browser to draw 2 hands. The first one is here, and the second one is here. So now we are telling the browser to draw 2 hands. However, if we come back to the browser, notice that we only see one. So where is the second hand? Well, the answer is that in reality, now here we actually have two hands. Now, how is this possible? Well, the issue is that these two hands are identical, and for this reason, we can only see one of them. Now, this is not very easy to see, so let's take a closer look. You see, if we come back to the code, yes, now we are telling the browser to draw two hands. The issue is that for each hand, we use the same color, the same thickness, and the same coordinates. As a result, when the browser is reading our code, it will draw the same hand twice. And here, let's come back to the browser so we can see what happens step by step. When the browser is reading our code, it will start by drawing the first hand. So the browser will change the color of the brush, change the thickness of the brush, move the brush to the center, and draw the first line. Then we copy-pasted the same code. So here the browser will just repeat the same exact steps. In other words, the browser will change the color of the brush, change the thickness of the brush, move the brush to the center, and draw the second line. So here we have seen that yes, now the browser will draw two hands. The issue is that for both hands, we use the same color, the same thickness, and the same coordinates. This means that the browser will draw two hands, but these two hands are identical. And that's why, in the end, it seems like we only have one hand. Now, what do we do? Well, here we know that the two hands have a slightly different appearance. The first hand looks like this, whereas the second one should look like this, with a different thickness and different coordinates. Now, how can we get this look? Well, very simply, we come back to the code, and then here, when we draw the second hand, we need to change some of the values. The first value that we change is the thickness. Specifically, here, instead of 50 pixels, for this hand, we use a thickness of 40 pixels. Why 40? Well, just like before, I tried a few numbers behind the scenes, and this one looked good enough. Then we need to change the coordinates of the hand. So here we remove the old ones, and in this case, we replace them with these ones. And here, once again, I just tried a few coordinates behind the scenes, and these ones looked good enough, so that's why we use these two numbers. All right, with that said, we have changed a few of the values for the second hand. And now, if we come back to the browser, notice that finally we can see the two hands. We have the old one for the hours, and now we also have the new one for the minutes. So we copy-pasted the code for the first hand, we changed some values, and now we have two hands. After this, we just need one more hand, the one for the seconds. Now, how can we draw this hand? Well, very simply, we come back to the code and we repeat the same steps. So here we grab the code to draw a hand, we copy paste it down here at the end of the file, and then now we simply change some of the values. Specifically, we start by changing the color, and this is the hand for the seconds, so the color is red. Then we change the thickness, and in this case, we make it 25. And here, once again, I just tried a few values behind the scenes, and this one looked good enough. So at this point, we have changed the color and the thickness. After this, we also change the coordinates. Now here, as usual, I just tried a few coordinates behind the scenes, and these ones looked good enough. So here we write these two numbers. All right, with that said, now we have all the code to draw all the hands of the clock. Now, does this work? Well, if we come back to the browser, notice that now we can see all three hands, each one with a slightly different color, thickness, and coordinates. So yes, the code works. Now, at this point, let's come back to the code, and here let's do a quick review. We started by writing all the steps to draw one hand. Then we copy-pasted the same code 2 times, and then we just customized some of the values in each copy of the code. So in total, now we are drawing 3 hands, each one with a different color, thickness, and coordinates. And that's it. These are all the things that we did. Now, the cool thing here is that at this point, if we come back to the browser, notice that we can see all 3 hands. So here, at this point, everything seems to be working fine, right? Well, not really. You see, yes, now the code here is working fine. However, at the same time, here we also have one very big issue. The issue is that we copy-pasted a lot of code, and copy-pasting code is really bad. Why? Well, to understand why this is an issue, let me show you a quick example. Let's say that our original code had a bug. For example, let's say that here, when we move the brush, we have the wrong coordinates. Well, the problem is that when we copy-paste this code, we also copy-paste the bug. And this is really bad because now in the code we have 3 copies of the bug. Not only that, the worst thing is that now we will have to fix this bug 3 times. And here we are lucky because this bug is very easy to solve. Specifically, to fix this bug, we just need to use the right coordinates. So this is how we fix this bug. However, things are not always so easy. Sometimes bugs can be much more difficult to fix. And if we also have to fix them multiple times, well, it can easily turn into a nightmare. So to recap, here I wanted to show you that yes, we can copy-paste code. However, in most cases, it's a very bad idea. Now, the question is, what should we do? I mean, do we keep the code like this and we just move on? Or maybe can we fix this somehow? Well, here I can tell you that yes, in JavaScript, there is a way to avoid all this copy-paste. Specifically, to fix all this copy-paste, we will use something called functions. And just to give you a little spoiler, functions are one of the most important things in JavaScript. In fact, functions are so important that we will use them for the rest of the entire project. And of course, we will explore in great detail how they work. All right, with that said, let me show you at a high level what a function is and how it works. All right, we managed to draw all the hands of the clock. However, we also learned that our strategy is not very good. Specifically, the issue is that we took the original code to draw a hand and we created two almost identical copies, one here and the other one here. Now, technically, what we did here works. However, like I mentioned, this is not very good. So let's quickly undo the copy-paste, and now I will show you a much better way to draw the other hands all without copy-paste. Now, a little note here. First, I will show you the idea at a high level, so you can see how it works. And then I will show you the actual code. All right, with that said, the idea is this. We will take the code to draw one hand and we will put it inside of a box, kind of like this. Then we will put a label on the box, and then to draw the hands, it's very easy. Basically, here after the box, we just need to write the label 3 times, and that's it. This is how we draw all 3 hands. Now, the question is, how does this work? Well, let's go through the code step by step, and I will show you how it works. When the browser is reading this file, it will start from the top, and it will go through the code line by line. So the browser will grab the canvas, then it will grab the brush, and then the browser will see the box. Now, the important thing here is that when the browser sees the box, it will completely ignore it. So the browser will skip the box, and it will go down here to the next line after the box. Now, this line is very interesting because here we wrote the label of the box. When the browser sees this label, it will go back to the box, and now it will go through all the code in the box line by line. So now the browser is in the box, and here the browser will change the color of the brush, change the thickness of the brush, unlock the brush, move the brush to the center of the canvas, draw a line, and finally, the browser will make the line visible. So at this point, the browser has gone through all the steps to draw a hand, and here we have the first hand. Then the browser will see that there's nothing else in the box, so the browser will leave the box and it will come back to the label. Then the browser will move to the next line, and here, once again, we have the label of the box. What happens here? Well, very simply, the browser will do exactly the same things as before. So the browser will go back to the box, it will go through all the code in the box line by line, and as a result, now we have the second hand. Then there's nothing else in the box, so the browser will go back to the label, and it will move to the next line. Here, once again, we wrote the label of the box. So once again, the browser will go back to the box, and it will go through all the code in the box, line by line. Now, at this point, the browser has gone through all the code in the box 3 times, and every time the browser goes through the code, it draws a hand. So at this point, the browser has drawn the third hand. Then there's nothing else in the box, so the browser will go back to the label, and here the file is over. So nothing else will happen. And that's it. This is the entire idea. What we do is, instead of copy-pasting the code, we simply put it in a box, and then every time we want to draw a hand, we just write the label of the box. Now, the best thing about this approach is that with this box, we can draw as many hands as we want. In fact, we can even draw 1 billion hands if we want. And the nice thing is that we will never have to copy-paste a single line of code, not even once. Another cool thing here is that let's say there is a bug in the code. For example, let's say that we have the same bug as earlier, with the wrong coordinates. Well, the cool thing is that now there are 0 copies of the code. So now we have to fix this bug only once, and that's it. The problem is solved. All right, with that said, this is the idea. Instead of copy-pasting the code, we will move it to a box like this one. Now, keep in mind that this was just a high-level overview. At this point, finally, we are ready to see the actual JavaScript code. And just to give you a little spoiler, it's basically the same thing. The main difference is that in JavaScript, the box is called function. All right, at this point, let me quickly undo the box example. And now I will show you how to create the same box using JavaScript. To start things off, we add one empty line right above the code to draw a hand. And then here in the new line, we write the word function. Now, before we take a look at this new word, here I need to point out a very important thing. You see, if we come back to the browser right now, notice that the hand has disappeared. So what's going on? Well, very simply, the answer is that here we still need to write a few more things. In other words, at this point, this line of code is not ready. And as a result, the hand just disappears. Now, this sounds pretty bad, but don't worry, because to fix this, we simply need to finish this line of code. Now, why am I pointing this out? Well, the important thing for us is that sometimes when we are writing code, you might notice that things just disappear. And here, I just wanted to mention that when that happens, don't worry because to fix it, very often we just need to finish the line of code that we are working on. Now, with that said, here we wrote this new word, and the question is, what is this? Well, in JavaScript, a function is just a box. So when we write the word function, the browser knows that we want to create a new box. After this, we have to give this function a name, and the name is kind of like the label of the box. Now, every time we have to choose a name in JavaScript, we should always try to pick something that is easy, precise, and ideally also short. For example, in this case, in this function, we will have the code to draw one hand. So here we can simply call this function drawHand. Now, this name is very nice because it's easy to understand, it's precise, and it's also short. However, here we encounter a little problem. You see, in JavaScript, we cannot have spaces in a name. So what do we do? Well, here it's very nice because every time we have this issue, we can solve it simply by using two very simple rules. Now, to see these rules, let me show you a quick example. Let's say that we want to use the name get element by ID. Well, in JavaScript, we cannot use this name because we have all these spaces. To solve this issue, we apply two rules. First, we take all the words except for the first one, and we make them uppercase. Then we remove all the spaces, and that's it. Now we can use this name in JavaScript. Now, when we use these two rules and we create a name that looks like this style is called camel case. It looks a bit weird at first with all these uppercase letters, but it's very useful. Basically, the idea here is that if we only remove the spaces, then it's difficult to see all the original words in the name. So, to make the name easier to read, we just make the words uppercase. Once again, we write the words uppercase just so it's easier to read the name. Alright, with that said, let's come back to the code. And now we will apply the rules of camel case to the name of our function. What we do is we take all the words except for the first one, we make them uppercase, and then finally we remove all the spaces. As a result, now the function is called drawHand, all without spaces and with uppercase H. Alright, now we have fixed the name. After this, we need to write open and close parentheses, and then we have to tell the browser which lines of code are in the function. In other words, we need to define the actual box for the code, and in JavaScript, we do this using curly brackets. So here, after the parentheses, we write an open curly bracket, and then down here, after the last line of code for the function, we write a close curly bracket. So we write these two characters, and with this, we are telling the browser that all the code here inside of the curly brackets is part of the function. In other words, here we have created a box made of curly brackets. All right, with that said, now I need to point out two details. First, earlier I told you that at the end of each line of code, we always write a semicolon. Well, here we encounter two exceptions. You see, after the open curly bracket and after the close curly bracket, we don't need to write semicolons. So, in these two lines, there is no semicolon. The other thing I want to point out is that when we create a function, we should always take the code and we should add a little bit of indentation. Now, this step is optional. The indentation doesn't have a meaning in JavaScript. However, we add the indentation anyway because now, for us, it's easier to see which lines are inside of the function. In other words, the idea is that with indentation, we are making our function a little bit easier to see. Now, here, technically, we can add all the indentation by hand. However, there's a much better way to do this. So let's quickly zoom out, and now I will show you how it works. To add the indentation, we go up here to the View menu, and we open the Command Palette. When we do this, we get this menu called Command Palette. And then in this menu, we search for indent using spaces. Then we get one result. We click on this option called indent using spaces. And from this menu, we choose the option 2. Now, with this, we are changing how long the indentation will be. By default, it's 4 spaces. However, in JavaScript, very often we only use 2 spaces, and that's why we chose the option 2. After this, we come back to the View menu. We open the Command Palette again, and this time we type Format Document. Then we select the Format Document option, and notice that here the editor will take all the code in our function and it will add a little bit of indentation. So this is how we fix indentation, and the cool thing is that in most cases we don't even have to worry about this. Why? Well, very often VS Code will add all the indentation automatically. Alright, with that said, let me zoom back in on the code, and that's it. The function is ready. Now, at this point, I want to highlight a very important thing. You see, when the browser is reading the code, it will start from the top and it will go through line by line. So the browser will grab the canvas, then it will grab the brush, and then we have our function. Now, the important thing here is this. Here, the browser will learn that we have a function called drawHand. However, the browser will ignore the actual code in the function. So the browser will skip the entire function, and then the file is over, so nothing else will happen. Now, why am I pointing this out? Well, this is very important because if we come back to the browser, notice that now the canvas is empty. It's empty because the browser is skipping the function. In other words, now the browser knows that we have a function for drawing hands. However, the browser is not actually drawing any hand. Now, of course, this is not what we want. So the question is, how do we fix this? Well, the solution is actually very simple. To draw the hands, now we need to use the function. All right, we created a function to draw hands, and now we want to use it. So let's scroll down a bit, and then we go here right after the function. Now, to use a function, we simply need to write the name of the function, and we must write it precisely with the same uppercase letters. So in this case, to use the drawHand function, we write drawHand all without spaces and with uppercase H. Now, here I need to point out a very important thing. You see, every time we use a function, we must always follow the same rules that we have for methods. So here, after the name of the function, we need to write open and close parentheses, and then we need to check the documentation. Behind the scenes, the editor will automatically add some documentation every time we create a function. Now, in this case, the documentation is empty, so we don't have to provide any details here. And that's it. This is how we use a function. Now, here I want to point out a very interesting detail. You see, we have the same rules for functions and methods. The question is, why? Well, the answer is actually very simple. You see, behind the scenes, a method is just a function. Now, in reality, there is a very small difference between the two. Basically, a method is kind of like a special type of function. However, this is a very small detail, so we don't really care about it. The important thing for us is that when we use functions and methods, we always follow the same rules. All right, with that said, let's come back to the code. So at this point, here in this line, we are telling the browser to use the drawHand function. And if we come back to the browser, notice that now, once again, we can see one hand. After this, we want to draw the other two hands, one for the minutes and one for the seconds. How can we do this? Well, very simply, here in the code, we go to the next line and we tell the browser that we want to use the function again. And then we go to the next line and we use the function a third time. So with this, now we are using the function 3 times, and as a result, the browser should draw 3 hands. However, here we have a little issue. You see, if we come back to the browser, notice that we still have one hand. So we use the function 3 times, and here we only see one hand. What's going on? Well, to understand what's happening, let's come back to the code, and now let's do a quick review. As usual, the browser starts reading from the top. So it starts by grabbing the canvas. Then the browser will grab the brush, and then we have the function. Here, the browser will learn that we have a function called drawHand. However, at this point, the browser will not go through the function, so the browser will skip the entire function, and then we arrive here. Now, in this line of code, we tell the browser to draw hand. When the browser sees this name, it will notice that we are talking about the function that we created earlier. So here, the browser will go back to the start of the function, and now it will go through the function line by line. So here, the browser will change the color of the brush, change the thickness of the brush, unlock the brush, move the brush to the center of the canvas, draw a line, and make it visible. Once the browser is done with this, we have the first hand. Then there's nothing else to do in the function, so the browser will go back to where it left off, and there's nothing else to do here, so the browser will go to the next line. Now, here, once again, we tell the browser to drawHand. So the browser will go back to the start of the function, and once again, it will go through the entire code in the function, step by step. Now, at this point, the browser has gone through the function twice, and this means that now we have the second hand. Then there's nothing else in the function, so the browser will go back to where it left off, and there's nothing else to do here, so the browser will go to the next line. Now, here, once again, we say drawHand. So, once again, the browser will go back to the start of the function. It will go through the entire function line by line, just like before. And now we have the third hand. After this, the browser will go back to where it left off, and there's nothing else to do here, so the browser will go to the next line. Now, at this point, there is no next line, so the browser has reached the end of the file, and so nothing else will happen. All right, with that said, these are all the things that happen when the browser is reading our code. And here we need to focus on a very important thing. You see, in the code, we tell the browser to draw 3 hands. And now we have seen that the browser will go through the function 3 times. So now we know that the browser will draw the 3 hands. However, if we come back to the browser, notice that we only see 1 hand. Why? Well, if we think about it, this is the same problem that we had before when we copy-pasted the code. The issue is that here in the code, we are always drawing the same hand. The same hand with the same color, the same thickness, and the same coordinates. This means that technically, here we are drawing 3 hands. However, they are all identical. And that's why, in the end, here in the browser, we only see 1 hand. Now, how do we solve this issue? Well, earlier on, when we had this problem for the first time, we fixed this by changing some of the values for each hand. However, now this solution will not work. You see, if we change any of these values, we will change all the hands. For example, let's say that we change the color to red. Well, now all 3 hands are red. If we come back to the code and we change the color back to black, well, now all the hands are black. So here we learn that to solve this problem, we cannot simply change the values in the function. The question is, what do we do? I mean, here we still need to modify all these values somehow. Well, here we are very lucky, because in JavaScript there is a very nice way to solve this problem. It's called parameters. Alright, we created a function to draw hands. However, for now, every time we draw a hand, it will look like this. Now, why does this happen? Well, if we come back to the code, the issue is that every time we go through the function, we always use the same color, the same thickness, and the same coordinates. Now, our goal is to draw all three hands using this function, and for that, we need to find a way to customize all these values every time we use the function. How can we do this? Well, the cool thing here is that in JavaScript, this is actually pretty easy to do. We just need to use something called parameters. Now, to understand the idea of parameters, let's start by exploring how we can customize the color every time we draw a hand. What we do is we focus down here, and then now every time we draw a hand, we will tell the browser what color we want to use. How? Well, very simply, here in the parentheses, we will create a placeholder. A placeholder works like this. First, we have to give it a name, and in this case, we want to tell the browser the color of the hand, so we can call this placeholder color. Then we write an equal sign, and after this, we write the value for the placeholder. So in this case, we are telling the browser that when we draw this specific hand, the color placeholder has a value of black. Then we go to the next line and we do the same thing. So we go to the parentheses, we write the name of the placeholder again, and here we are drawing the hand for the minutes, so the value, once again, is black. With this, now the browser knows that when we draw the second hand, the color placeholder has a value of black. Then we go to the next line. Here, once again, we need to write the name of the placeholder, and in this line, we are drawing the hand for the seconds. So in this case, the value is red. And with this, now the browser knows that for this hand, the color placeholder has a value of red. All right, with that said, this is the idea. Every time we use the function, we tell the browser what color we want to use. Now, at this point, we have this placeholder. However, the browser doesn't know what to do with it. So, for now, nothing will happen. The question is, what should we do with this placeholder? Well, our goal is that every time we draw a hand, we want to use the color that we provided as a placeholder. To do this, we just go here in the function and we focus on this line. This is where we set the color of the brush. And then now, instead of writing a specific string, here we just tell the browser that we want to use the color that we provided as a placeholder. You see, instead of writing a string, now we are using the placeholder. And that's it. This is how we can customize a function. Now, does this work? Well, to see this, let's go through the last few lines. And here, let's look at the browser and the code together so we can see what happens line by line. Now, when the browser reaches this line, it will draw the first hand. And since the placeholder has a value of black, well, notice that we get a hand with the color black. Then the browser will go to the next line and it will draw the second hand. Here, once again, the placeholder has a value of black, so we cannot really see the new hand. However, I can tell you that it's actually there, and now we have two hands. After this, the browser will go to the last line and it will draw the third hand. Now, this time the placeholder has a value of red, and as a result, notice that now we see the new hand with color red. So to answer our original question, yes, the placeholder is working fine. All right, with that said, now at this point, every time we draw a hand, we can customize the color. Now, what do we do next? Well, here we need to focus on a very important thing. You see, at this point, yes, we are able to customize the color of all the hands. However, this is not the best way to do it. Now, for this project, we will not go into the details of why this is not the best way to create placeholders. Basically, the issue has to do with something called global variables. However, it's a bit too complex to explain, so we will not look into it. The important thing for us is that in JavaScript, there's a much better way to create placeholders. And the cool thing is that the code looks almost the same. What we do is we focus here on the parentheses, and now we will only keep the value of the placeholder. So here we start by removing the name and also the equal sign, and now we only have the values. After this, we go here in the line where we create the function, we focus on the parentheses, and then inside of the parentheses, we bring back the name of the placeholder from earlier. So in this case, we write the word color. Now, here I need to mention a very important thing. You see, when we write something like this between the parentheses of a function, this is called a parameter. And well, a parameter is just a placeholder. Now, what happens is when the browser is reading this line of code, it will know that for this function, we have a parameter called color. And that's it. This is the entire change. So instead of writing the name of the placeholder here when we use the function, we write it up here in the parentheses when we create the function. Now, at this point, we have changed the code quite a bit. So let's do another review, and this time we will focus only on the parameter. In other words, during this review, we will skip all the lines that we have not changed. Now, the idea is this. In this line of code, we tell the browser that we want to use the drawHand function, and here between parentheses, we give the browser the color black. When the browser sees this line of code, it will go back to the function. Then the browser will see the color parameter, and here the browser knows that this parameter has a value of black. Now, how does the browser know this? Well, very simply, this is the color that we provided down here between parentheses. So this is the color that we provide, and the browser knows that this is the value for the color parameter. Then the browser will go through the function, and here in this line, we change the color of the brush. Now, notice that here we wrote the word color. When the browser sees this word, it knows that we are talking about the parameter of the function. Now, the cool thing here is that every time we write the name of a parameter, the browser will take the parameter, it will grab the value that we provided for the parameter, and this will be the color that we use. Once again, instead of writing a specific color, now we are using a parameter, and then we can customize this parameter every time we use the function. Now, here the rest of the function is the same, so let's just skip it. And then the browser is done with the function, so it will come back to where it left off. After this, the browser will go to the next line, and here we do the same thing. We tell the browser that we want to use the drawHand function, and we provide the color black. When the browser sees this line of code, it will go back to the function, and once again, the browser knows that the color parameter has a value of black. Then the browser will go through the function, and in this line, when we set the color of the brush, the browser will use the value that we provided for the color parameter. So in this case, once again, the brush will be black. Then here the rest of the function is the same, so let's just skip it. And after the function, the browser will come back to where it left off. Then the browser will go to the next line, and here, same thing. We tell the browser that we want to use the drawHand function, and this time we provide the color red. When the browser sees this line of code, it will go back to the start of the function, and this time the browser knows that the color parameter has a value of red. Then the browser will go through the function, and in this line, when we set the color of the brush, the browser will once again use the value that we provided for the color parameter. So in this case, the brush will be red. Then let's skip the rest of the function, and that's it. This is how parameters work. Now, does this actually work? Well, here let me bring back the browser, and now let's go through the last few lines again. When the browser reaches this line of code, it will draw the first hand, and notice that we get the right color, black. Then the browser will go to the next line, and it will draw the second hand. Here, once again, we provide the color black, so the browser will draw another hand just like the one we can see here, and now we have two hands. After this, the browser will go to the last line, and it will draw the third hand. Now, here we provide the color red, and notice that now we can see the third hand. This one is red. So with this change, now we can customize the color of the hands, and this is very good because it means that our parameter is working fine. Alright, with that said, let's focus back on the code. And now the question is, what do we do next? Well, at this point, we can customize the color of the hands. After this, now we will take the thickness of the hands and we will make it customizable. Alright, we managed to customize the color of all hands. After this, now we want to customize the thickness of all hands. How can we do that? Well, to start things off, we need to add a new parameter for the thickness. So here in the parentheses, we add the new parameter, and to keep things simple, we just call it thickness. Now, this is the second parameter of the function, and here I need to point out a very important detail. Notice that before the parameter, we add a comma. Now, why am I pointing this out? Well, the answer is that this comma is extremely important. You see, in JavaScript, we must always separate all parameters with a comma. Otherwise, the code will not work. So once again, every time we have more than one parameter, we always separate all the parameters using a comma. All right, with that said, now we have this new parameter called thickness. What do we do next? Well, now we can use this parameter in the code. So what we do is we go here. This is where we set the thickness of the brush. And now, instead of writing a specific number, we tell the browser that we want to use the thickness parameter. All right, with this change, now every time we draw a hand, the browser will set the thickness of the hand using the new parameter that we just created. After this, we need to focus here on these lines of code where we use the function. Why? Well, the answer is that now we have a new parameter, and every time we use the function, we must always give to the browser a value for each parameter. So what we do is we add some space in the parentheses, and then here we just reuse the same values from earlier. These are the values that we saw during the copy-paste example. Now, here I need to point out another very important detail. You see, if we look closely, notice that when we give the values to the browser, we always follow the same order as the parameters. For example, in this case, we start by writing the color, then we write a comma, and then we write the thickness. Now, the important thing is that if we look at the function, the order is the same. We have the color, comma, and then the thickness. Now, why am I pointing this out? Well, the idea is that when we use a function, we must always provide all the values in the same order as the parameters. For example, in this case, we write color, comma, thickness. All right, with that said, let's go through the last few lines again. And just like before, let me bring back the browser so we can see what happens step by step. Here, when the browser is reading the code, it will draw the hand for the hours, then it will draw the hand for the minutes, and finally it will draw the hand for the seconds. Now, at this point, notice that here in the canvas, we have this black line with a red stripe inside. What's going on? Well, very simply, the black line is actually the hand for the hours and the hand for the minutes, and the red stripe is the hand for the seconds. It looks like this because, the hand for the seconds is very thin. So now we can see the different thicknesses, and that's very good for us because this means that the thickness parameter is working fine. All right, with that said, now we can customize the color and the thickness of all the hands. After this, Now we will customize the coordinates of each hand. Alright, at this point we need to customize one final thing, the coordinates of each hand. How can we do this? Well, very simply, here we take the coordinates and instead of writing two specific numbers, we will use two parameters. Which parameters? Well, in this case, we need two coordinates, and usually when we are working with coordinates, we use names like x and y. So in this case, let's just call the parameters x and y. Now, here we are using these two parameters. However, right now, these two parameters do not exist. So here, let's go to the parentheses of the function, and now we add the new parameters, which are x and y. Then here, let's make sure that we have written all the commas. So we need to make sure that we have one here between x and y, and another one here between thickness and x. Once again, the idea here is that every time we have more than one parameter, we must always separate each parameter with a comma. And that's it. Now we have all the parameters that we need. After this, we need to give the browser the values for each coordinate x and y. And here we can simply reuse the numbers from the previous example with copy-paste. So here we write all the coordinates from earlier, and that's it. Now we have customized all the values that we need. After this, let's come back to the browser and notice that now, finally, once again, we can see all three hands, each one with a custom color, thickness, and coordinates. And the best thing is that now, here in the code, we no longer have a single line of copy-pasted code. So it took us a while to get here, but now, finally, we have solved the problem of copy-paste. Now, what do we do next? Well, here we need to focus on a very important thing. You see, at this point, we have our function with the parameters, and everything seems to be fine. However, in reality, here we actually have a very subtle problem. Specifically, there is a problem with the parameters. Now, what's wrong? Well, to see the issue, let's come back to the browser, and now we will quickly review all the parameters. The first parameter is called color. We use this parameter to change the color of the hands, so we can make them like this, or we can keep them with the usual colors. Then the second parameter is called thickness. We use this parameter to change the thickness of the hands, so we can make them like this, very big, or maybe a bit thinner. Then we have the new parameter x, and this one is a bit, let's say, weird. When we change this parameter, we are stretching the hands horizontally. So we can make them like this, or maybe we can keep them like this as usual. And then finally, we also have the new parameter y. This parameter is also a bit weird. We use this to stretch the hands vertically, so we can make them like this, or maybe we can keep them like this. And that's it. these are all the parameters of the function. Now, earlier I told you that there's an issue with these parameters. So, what's wrong? Well, the issue is that the last two parameters are confusing. You see, if we focus on the first two parameters, these two parameters are very good. We have color, and it's very easy to understand what happens when we change this parameter. We are customizing the color of the hands. And then we have the thickness parameter. Once again, it's very easy to understand what happens when we change this parameter. So these two parameters are very easy to understand, and that's very good because in general, we should always try to keep things easy. Now, after this, let's focus on the other two parameters. And here, things are very different. You see, compared to color and thickness, X and Y are very difficult to understand. I mean, how would you explain this type of movement with the hands getting stretched? The problem here is that this type of movement doesn't really make a lot of sense. And then, even worse, the Y parameter is basically the same. We are stretching the hands again, but this time it's in a different direction. Now, technically, these parameters work fine. The code works fine, and we are able to draw all the hands. However, at the same time, these two parameters are bad. And they are bad because they are confusing. So what should we do? Well, very simply, now I will show you how we can improve these parameters. And just to give you a little spoiler, we will replace these parameters with two much more intuitive ones. All right, we reviewed all the parameters of our function, and we discovered that these two parameters, x and y, they are quite confusing. So now let me show you how we can fix them. The idea is this. I will show you again what happens when we change these parameters, and I will show you that in reality, when we use x and y, we are actually changing two separate things at once. So let's start with the x parameter. When we change this parameter, technically we are stretching the hands like this. However, notice that in reality, here we are actually doing two things. We are making the hands longer, and we are also rotating them. To see the rotation, focus here on the hand for the seconds. If we change the value of x, notice that the hand is rotating a bit, and of course, we are also changing the length. So to recap, with the x parameter, we are actually customizing two things, the length and the rotation of each hand. Now, the interesting thing here is that if we change y, we get the same effect. So let me change the value of y, and notice that here we are actually changing the length of the hands. Not only that, if we focus on the hand for the hours, notice that when we change y, we are also changing its rotation. So once again, with one parameter, we are customizing two things, length and rotation. And here, finally, we can see why these parameters are confusing. The parameters are called x and y. However, in reality, with these parameters, we are customizing two different things, the length and the rotation of each hand. So this is the situation. The question is, what do we do? Well, very simply, here we get rid of x and y, and we replace them with the two things that actually matter, the length and the rotation. Then the idea is this. With the length parameter, we will customize the length of the hands, so we can make them longer or maybe a bit shorter. And with the rotation parameter, we will move all the hands. So we can move them like this, or like this, or like this. So we are rotating the hands. Now, these are the new parameters, and the cool thing is that these parameters are really good. First of all, length and rotation are easy concepts to understand. And then also with these parameters, we are not mixing things anymore. What I mean with this is that when we rotate the hands, notice that the length is always the same. And when we change the length of the hands, notice that the rotation stays always the same. So with these new parameters, we no longer have the weird compound effect where one parameter changes multiple things. All right, with that said, this is the idea. Instead of x and y, the new parameters are length and rotation. Now, what do we do in terms of code? Well, very simply, we come back to the code, we get rid of the old parameters, x and y, we replace them with the new ones, which are length and rotation. Then remember, we always need to separate each parameter with a comma. So here we write a comma. And that's it. Now all the parameters are fine. After this, we need to focus on these lines of code, because now when we use the function, the parameters have changed. So here, first of all, we don't need the coordinates anymore, so we can remove them. And then instead of the coordinates, now we need to provide the length and the rotation for each hand. Now the question is, what values do we use here? Well, to see this, let's quickly come back to the browser. Then let me bring back the hands, and now I will give you a quick overview of all the values that we use. First, we have the color, and at this point, we already know all the values. We use black for the hours, black for the minutes, and red for the seconds. Then we have the thickness. Once again, here we already know all the values. We use 50, 40, and 25. Then we have the new parameter length. Now, this value will be a number, and specifically, we will use this number for the hours, this one for the minutes, and this one for the seconds. Now, why do we use these specific numbers? Well, here, once again, I just tried a few ones behind the scenes, and I like these ones, so that's why we use these values. After this, we have the last parameter, the rotation. Now, this parameter is a bit more interesting than the others, because at this point, we don't really know what kind of value we should use here. I mean, should this be a number, a string? Well, the answer is that this is actually a percentage. Now, how does this work? Well, let me show you. Here we have the hands for the clock, and the important thing here is that all the hands start from the same position. So the hours, the minutes, and the seconds, all the hands start up here at 0 hours, 0 minutes, and 0 seconds. Now, when the hands are here at the starting position, we say that we have a rotation of 0%. In other words, at this point, the hands have not moved from the starting position, so here the rotation is 0%. Then we start increasing the percentage, and the hands will move like this. Now, when the hands arrive at this position, the rotation is 25%. In other words, here we have done 25% of the rotation. Then we keep increasing the percentage and we arrive here. Here the rotation is 50%. In other words, here the hands have done 50% of the rotation, and this means that they are halfway through. Then we keep increasing the percentage, and when the hands are here, the rotation is 75%. Then we keep increasing the percentage, and notice that now we are back at the starting position. Here the rotation is 100%, and when we reach 100%, we are back at the starting point. Now, what happens after this? Well, if we keep increasing the percentage, the hands will keep rotating around, just like you can see here. They keep going round and round, and all the time we are just increasing the percentage. So with the rotation parameter, we are just telling the browser how much the hands have moved from the starting position. Now let's go back to the usual configuration with these 3 rotations. And then the question is, what are the percentages in this case? Well, let me quickly clean up the canvas, and then the rotations are this. For the hours, the rotation is 83%. Then for the minutes, the rotation is 17%. And finally, for the seconds, the rotation is 50%. So it's halfway through. Now, if you are wondering how I figured out these values, well, later on I will show you the code. For now, it's a bit easier if I just give you all the percentages and we ignore the details of how we can find these percentages. All right, with that said, now we have all the values for each parameter. After this, we come back to the code, and now we just write the new values. So here we add a little bit of space in the parentheses, then we add all the lengths, then we add a little bit more space in the parentheses, and finally we add all the rotations. Now at this point, here we have a little problem. You see, in JavaScript, we cannot write percentages like this, with the percentage sign. So what do? Well, the solution is this. Every time we have a percentage, like 83% in this example, this is exactly like taking the number, 83, and dividing it by 100. In other words, a percentage is just the number divided by 100. Now, every time we have a fraction like this one, we can just compute the value of the fraction, and in this case, we get the value 0.83. Now, the cool thing here is that we have converted the percentage to a number, and in JavaScript, we can write numbers like this one. In fact, this is the entire idea. We take the percentage, we convert it to a number, and then we will just write the number in JavaScript. Now, in the code, we also have two other percentages, so let's do the same transformation. These percentages are equal to the number itself divided by 100, and if we compute these fractions, we will get these two values, 0.17 and 0.50. All right, at this point, we have transformed all the percentages to numbers. After this, we just come back to the code, we remove the percentages, and instead of the percentages, we write the numbers that we just found. Now, a little note here, in JavaScript, when we want to write a number with decimals, we always use a dot. So if you are used to write numbers with commas, well, in JavaScript, we must always use dots. And that's it. Now we have all the values for each hand. Now, with that said, the question is, what do we do next? Well, here, if we come back to the browser, notice that the hands have disappeared. So it seems like we have a problem. What's going on? Well, to figure this out, let's come back to the code and let's go through step by step. We start by grabbing the canvas, then we grab the brush, and then we have the function. Now, here, as usual, the browser will skip the function, and then after this, in the next line, we use the function. When the browser sees this line of code, it will come back to the function, and it will go through the function step by step. So here we set the color of the brush using the color parameter. Then we set the thickness of the brush using the thickness parameter. Then we unlock the brush, we move the brush to the center of the canvas, and then we draw a line using the coordinates x and y. Now, at this point, here we need to focus on a very important thing. Notice that in this line, we are using the old parameters x and y. Why am I pointing this out? Well, I am pointing this out because this is the issue. You see, earlier, these two values were just parameters. But now, these parameters do not exist anymore. And this is a problem because now, in this line of code, the browser will not know what to do. In other words, here we tell the browser that we want to use two values called x and y. However, there is no value called x or y. And so the browser will not be able to draw the hands. Now, let me repeat. The problem in this line of code is that we are trying to use two values that no longer exist. The question is, what do we do? Well, very simply, every time we draw a hand, now we need to find x and y somehow. Now, how can we do that? Well, here we will proceed like this. First, I will show you the idea for finding x and y at a high level, and then we will simply repeat the same steps using JavaScript. All right, we improved the parameters of our function, but at the same time, we also broke the function itself. The issue is that here in this line of code, we need two values, x and y. Previously, these were just two parameters, but now these parameters no longer exist. And so this function doesn't work anymore. Now, of course, here we need to fix this problem, and at a high level, the solution is actually very simple. The idea is that every time we use the function, somehow here we need to find the correct values of x and y. The question is, how do we find these two values? Well, here we will proceed like this. First, I will show you the idea using an example, and then we will write the actual code. All right, with that said, let's come back to the browser, and now we will go through an example step by step. Let's say that we want to draw a hand like this one. How can we do this? Well, every time we want to draw a hand, we need 2 points. The first one is the starting point, and this is always the same for every hand, 500, 500. And then we also need the destination point. Now, this is where we have our problem. Why? Well, the issue here is that we don't know the coordinates of this point. So here we just call these coordinates x and y, and now we need to find these two values. Now, to find these two values, we will use the rotation parameter, then we will use the length parameter, and finally, we will also use the starting point of the hand. And this one is not a parameter. However, we can use it anyway because this point is always the same for all hands. Meaning for all hands, this point has always the same coordinates, 500, 500. All right, with that said, these are all the things we need to find x and y. Now, why do we need these specific values? Well, the idea is that this point, the one we are looking for, depends on all the values I just showed you. Now, to see what this means, let's go through all the values one by one, and I will show you that every time we change any of these values, we are also changing the destination point. So let me show you. If we focus on the starting point, notice that when we change the starting point, we are also moving the end point. Then, if we focus on the length, notice that when we change the length, we are also moving the endpoint. And finally, if we focus on the rotation, notice that when we change the rotation, we are also moving the endpoint. So the idea is this. Every time we change any of these values, we are also moving the end point. Now, why does this happen? Well, the idea is that all these values are related together. And that's very useful for us because now we will just combine these values and we will get a nice formula to find x and y. So here, let's hide the browser, and now I will show you what we do. To find the value of x, we take the horizontal coordinate of the starting point. So if we come back to the browser, we have the starting point, and now we are taking this value, the x coordinate, which is 500. Then here we add the length. If we come back to the browser, this is the length of the hand. And then finally, we simply take the length and we multiply it by something called the cosine of the rotation. Now, cosine is a function, and the cool thing is that we don't really need to know how it works. The important thing for us is that we give the rotation parameter to this function, and that's it. This is the complete formula. Now, what's the point of this formula? Well, this formula is very nice for us because if we take this formula and we write it in JavaScript, we will find the correct value of x. Now, don't worry if this formula looks a bit confusing. For this project, we don't really need to understand the details of this part. My goal here is to simply show you that all the values are related together, and well, the relationship works like this. However, once again, we don't really need to understand the details here. The important thing for us is that every time we need to find x, we can simply use this formula. All right, with that said, now finally we have a formula to find x. After this, the question is, what about the other value y? Well, in short, we do the same thing. To find the value of y, we just take the vertical coordinate of the starting point. So here we have the starting point, and now we are taking this value, the vertical coordinate, which has a value of 500, and then we add the length multiplied by something called the sine of the rotation. Now, sine is a function, and it's very similar to cosine. However, once again, we don't really care about what this function does or how it works. The important thing for us is that we use this function with the rotation parameter, and that's it. Now we have the formula to find y. So, as you can see, the formula is basically the same. The only difference is that when we are trying to find x, we use the cosine function, and when we are trying to find y, we use a different function called sine. Now, at this point, we have these two formulas to find x and y. What do we do next? Well, here we need to fix one very small problem. You see, when we use the sine and cosine function, we must provide an angle. However, here we provide the rotation parameter, which is a percentage. So what do? Well, now we need to take the rotation parameter and we need to convert it to an angle. How? Well, here we start by removing the wrong values, and now instead of rotation, we will provide a new value called angle. Then we need to find this new value. So up here, we define this value called angle, and the value is the following. What we do is we take our rotation parameter, we remove 25%. I will show you in a second why we remove 25%. Then we take the entire thing, so we take rotation minus 25%, we put it between parentheses, and finally we multiply everything by 2 times pi. So this is how we compute the angle. Of course, the question is, what's going on here? Well, here, once again, we don't really need to understand the details. However, I still want to give you an overview of what's happening. So let's come back to the browser, and now I will show you the idea at a high level. So we have the hand, and we also have the rotation parameter, which is a percentage. Now, when we compute the angle, we multiply everything by 2 times pi. When we do this, we are just converting our percentage to angles. And we write angles like this with the pi symbol. Now, why do we use pi? Well, the idea is that when we write angles like this, these are called radians. Basically, this is just a special way to describe angles, and we have to use this because, well, this is required for sine and cosine. Now, for this project, we don't really need to understand how radians work. The only important thing for us is that to convert our percentage to radians, we just have to multiply it by 2 times pi. Then we also have this other thing where we remove 25%. Why do we do this? Well, the idea is that when we use sine and cosine, the angles should start here, where the arrow is pointing. So the 0 should be here. However, as you can see, here we have a different value. Now, for this project, we don't really care about why the 0 should be here. The important thing for us is that the 0 must be here. And to have it here, we just need to remove 25% from the rotation. When we do this, we are actually rotating all the values, and notice that now the 0 is in the right place, right next to the arrow. All right, with that said, these are all the things we need. And here, once again, don't worry if these things are not fully clear. My goal here was to simply show you how we find x and y at a high level. However, for this project, we don't really need to understand the details of these formulas. So once again, don't worry if the formulas are not fully clear. All right, with that said, here we have the formulas to find x and y. And now we will simply write these formulas using JavaScript. All right, at this point, we have the formulas to find x and y. And now we will simply repeat the same formulas in JavaScript. Specifically, we will write the formulas here, right above the line where we use x and y. Now, here, as usual, I will add a little bit of space so we can see the code step by step. And then we start by writing the first formula. This is the one where we convert the rotation to an angle. Now, the question is, how do we actually write this formula using JavaScript? Well, let me show you. To start things off, in this formula, we compute a value called angle. So here in the code, we define a new word called angle. Then we need to set the value of angle. So here in the code, we write an equal sign. Then after this, we have the actual formula, and we start with a parenthesis. So here in the code, we write open parenthesis. Then we take the rotation parameter. So here in the code, we just write the word rotation. This is our parameter. Then we have a minus sign. So here in the code, we write a minus character. And then we have 25%. So here in the code, we write 25%. Now here, remember, in JavaScript, we cannot write percentages like this. To write this percentage, we must convert it to a number. So here we have the percentage, and a percentage is always equal to the number itself divided by 100. Then we can compute the value of this fraction, and in this case, we get the number 0.25. And that's it. Now we have converted the percentage to a number. So let's come back to the code, and here, instead of writing the percentage, now we write the number. So in this case, it's 0.25. After this, we have the close parenthesis. So here in the code, we just write close parenthesis. And then we multiply everything. Now, to do multiplications in JavaScript, we just write the asterisk character, and we multiply everything by 2 times pi. Now, for this part, we start by writing pi, and here I chose to put everything between parentheses, so it's a little bit easier to see that we have 2 times pi all together. So here we write an open parenthesis, and then we need the value of pi. Now here, technically, we could simply write 3.14. However, this is not very good because this value is not very precise. So what do we do? Well, in JavaScript, every time we need the value of pi, we simply write a very special text. Now, the text looks like this. First, we write the word math with uppercase M. Then we write a dot, and then we write the word pi. And here, notice that the word pi is all uppercase. Now, what's going on here? Well, the idea is this. First, we have the word math, and in JavaScript, this word is very special. You see, when we say math with uppercase M, the browser will give us access to a lot of very useful mathematical things. For example, in this case, we want to get the value of pi, and for that, we just read a property called pi. Now, the nice thing here is that when we write math.py, the browser will give us a very precise approximation of pi. So now here in the code, we have the value of pi. After this, we just multiply this value by 2. So here we write the asterisk character and then the number 2. Then we write close parentheses, and that's it. This is how we write this formula in JavaScript. Now, here I want to point out a little detail. Notice that we wrote the last part between parentheses. Well, the detail is that these parentheses are optional. I chose to write them anyway because this way it's a bit easier to see that we are converting our percentage to an angle. However, for completeness, I wanted to mention that these parentheses are optional. All right, with that said, now we have the angle. After this, we go to the next line, and now we will translate the next formula. We use this one to find the value of x. Now, here in the formula, we start by defining a value called x. So, here in the code, we create a new word called x. And then the word x is equal to 500 plus the length parameter multiplied by the cosine of the angle. Now, cosine is a function. The question is, how do we get this function in JavaScript? Well, to get the cosine function, we start by writing the word math with uppercase M, just like before. And this time, we want to use a method called cos. Now, this is a method, so here we have to write the parentheses, and then we also need to check the documentation. Now, here, notice that we have to provide an angle. What angle do we use? Well, in this case, we will just use the angle from the line before. So, what we do is, here in the code, we tell the browser that we want the cosine of the angle from the previous line. And that's it. Now we have the value of x. After this, we move to the next line, and here we will write the formula to find y. So here, once again, we define a new word, and this one is called y. And then we just tell the browser that the value of y is equal to 500 plus the length parameter multiplied by the sine of the angle. Now, sine here is a function. How do we get this function in JavaScript? Well, very simply, we write the word math with uppercase M, and this time we want to use the sine method. Now, this is a method, so we have to write the parentheses, and if we check the documentation, notice that once again we have to provide an angle. So what do we do? Well, very simply, here in the code, we just tell the browser that we want the sine of the angle that we computed earlier. And that's it. This is all the code we need to find the value of x and y. Now, at this point, we have changed things quite a bit. So let's do a quick review of the entire function. This way, we can see what happens with the latest changes. Now, every time we use the function, the browser will go to the start of the function and it will go through the function step by step. So the browser will change the color of the brush using the color parameter. Then it will change the thickness of the brush using the thickness parameter. Then it will unlock the brush and move it to the center of the canvas. After this, the browser will convert our rotation parameter to an angle. Then the browser will find the x-coordinate using the starting point, the length parameter, and the angle. And then using the same values, the browser will also find the y-coordinate. Then the browser will draw a line, and notice that for this line, we are using the two values from above. So here we use x, which is this value, and we use y, which is this other value here. So in this line, we are telling the browser to draw a line using the x and y coordinates that we computed above. Then the browser will make the line visible, and after all of these, finally the function is over. Now the question is, do the formulas actually work? Well, if we come back to the browser, notice that now, once again, we can see all three hands. And they all have the right color, thickness, length, and rotation. So yes, everything is working fine. Even the formulas. Everything is working fine. Now, what do we do next? Well, at this point, we have all three hands. So here we can come back to our list of objectives, and since we have the hands, we can cross this one off from the list. After this, our next objective is to add a little detail so all the hands will be connected together. Alright, at this point we have the hands of the clock. After this, now we will add a little detail here at the center of the clock. The idea here is that with this detail, it kind of looks like all the hands are connected together. Now, how can we draw this detail? Well, to start things off, I will show you all the steps at a high level. First, we will grab the brush. Then we will change the color of the brush, and specifically, we start by making it red. Then we will move the brush to the center of the canvas, and then we will draw a circle just like this. After this, we will draw another circle, and for that, the steps are the same. So we will change the color of the brush. This time we make it black. Then we will move the brush to the center of the canvas, and then we will draw another circle. And that's it. The detail is complete. So these are the steps to draw the detail, and now we will just do the same things using JavaScript. Alright, with that said, let's come back to the code. And to start things off, I want to mention that we will write all the code for the detail here right below the drawHand function. So here, let me add a little bit of space as usual, and now we will go through the code step by step. Now, what do we do? Well, here we need to make a very important observation. And for that, we need to come back to the browser. The idea is this. Our goal is to draw the detail, which looks like this. And here, if we focus on the detail, notice that the detail is made of two circles. Now, maybe this is a bit hard to see, so let me make the detail a bit larger and see. The detail is made of two circles. Then notice that these two circles are pretty much the same. In fact, the only difference between these two circles is that they have a different color and a different size. Now, why am I pointing this out? Well, the idea is that to draw the detail, we will have to draw two very similar circles. In fact, we already know that the steps to draw these two circles are always the same. The only difference is that we use different colors and different sizes. Now, this is very important for us because we know that the steps are the same, and so we can guess that the code to draw these two circles will also be the same. So what do we do? Well, the idea is that instead of writing the same code twice, once for each circle, we will just create a single function, and then we will use this function two times to draw both circles. All right, with that said, let's come back to the code. And here, after the drawHand function, we create a new function. Now, this function is called drawCircle, and we write it like this, all without spaces and with the letter C uppercase. So, once again, this is camel case. Then we write the parentheses, and here in this parentheses, we can write all the parameters that we want for this function. Now, the question is, do we need any parameters? Well, the best way to figure this out is, let's come back to the browser. Then here I emptied the canvas so we can focus on the new function. And now let's think about what things we could want to customize every time we draw a circle for the detail. Well, first of all, we will need to customize the color, because for the detail, one circle needs to be red and the other one needs to be black. Then we will also need to customize the size of the circle, because one circle will be a bit smaller and the other one will be a bit larger. However, here we need to focus on a very little detail. You see, here we cannot really call this parameter size. Why? Well, the answer is that when we work with circles, we don't really talk about size. Circles don't have this concept of size. So here, instead of size, we will call this parameter radius. Now, what is a radius? Well, every time we have a circle, the radius is just the distance between the center of the circle and the border. And when we change the radius, we change the overall size of the circle. So the idea is that to change the size of the circle, we will customize its radius. Now, do we need any other parameters for this function? Well, the answer is no. You see, we don't need to move the circles, so we don't care about position. We don't need to rotate the circles, so there is no rotation. And that's pretty much it. So these are all the things we need to customize when we draw the circles for the detail. All right, with that said, let's come back to the code And now we just write the same parameters. So here we need the color. Then we write a comma, because remember, all parameters must be separated with a comma. And then we also need the radius. All right, these are the parameters. After this, we write an open curly bracket. So the browser knows that the code for the function begins here. And then down here, we write the close curly bracket. So the browser knows that the function ends here. With that, the function is ready. And now we will write the actual code to draw circles. All right, now we will write all the code to draw a circle. And here we will go through all the steps one by one. Now let's quickly come back to the browser. And the first step is this. We grab the brush and we change the color. How can we do this in JavaScript? Well, what we do is we come back to the code, then we go here in the first line of the function. Then we grab the brush, and here to change the color, we need to access a property called fill style. Now, here I want to point out a very important detail. You see, if we look back at the code that we have already written, previously we have already changed the color of the brush. Specifically, we changed it here in the drawHand function. Now, notice that in that case, we used a property called stroke style. And now we are using a different property called fill style. So the question is, why are we using a different property? Well, the idea is this. For this project, I told you that when we write the word CTX, we are using a brush. Well, in reality, CTX is not actually a brush. Rather, this is more like a toolbox. And inside of this toolbox, we have two brushes. Now, at this point, we have already seen the first brush. We use this brush to draw the outline of shapes, just like you can see here in this example. And then here we learn that we also have another brush. We use this one to color inside of the shapes that we draw. So this is the idea. We have two brushes, and depending on what we want to do, we use one brush or the other. For example, in our case, we used the stroke brush for drawing the hands. And now we will use the fill brush to draw the circles of the detail. Now, why do we use this specific brush? Well, if we take a look at the detail, notice that the two circles are colored inside. And well, to draw circles like this, we have to use the fill brush. Now, just to show you the difference here, if we used the stroke brush, then the circles would look like this. However, in this case, this is not what we want. So we will use the fill brush and the circles will look like this. All right, with that said, let's come back to the code. Here we have the fill style property, and this is the property for the color of the fill brush. Now, our goal is to change the color of the brush. So here we write an equal sign, and then we just write the color that we want. Now, what color do we use in this case? Well, if we look back at the parameters, notice that we have 1 for the color. So in this case, every time we draw a circle, we will just use the color that we received as a parameter. All right, with this line of code, we have changed the color of the brush. After this, we want to move the brush, and specifically, we want to move it to the center of the canvas. However, before we can do that, we actually need to do one additional thing. You see, at this point, the brush is actually locked. So before we can move it, we have to unlock it. How can we do this? Well, very simply, we come back to the code, we move to the next line, then we tell the browser that we want to work with the brush, and specifically, now we want to use a method called beginPath. Now, notice that we have already used this method before. We used it up here in the drawHand function. Why are we using the same method again? Well, the full explanation is a bit too complex. So for this project, we will not get into this detail. However, just to give you an idea, when we use this method, we are unlocking all the brushes. So regardless of which brush we are using, we always use the beginPath method. Now here, this is a method. So after the name, we need to write the parentheses. Then we need to check the documentation, and the documentation is empty, so we don't have to add any values. And that's it. Now the brush is unlocked. What do we do next? Well, here we have a very interesting step. You see, now we will move the brush to the center of the canvas, and then we will draw a circle. Now, the interesting thing here is that we will do these two things in one step. How? Well, the idea is that when we draw circles, we move the brush and we also draw the circle using one method. Let me show you how it works. What we do is we come back to the code, we move to the next line, we tell the browser that we want to work with the brush, and this time we want to use a new method called arc. Now, an arc is a special type of shape, so let me grab an empty canvas and now I will show you a few examples. So this is an arc, this is also an arc, and this is also another example of arc. Now, the important thing for us is that this is also an arc. So you see, an arc is just either part of a circle or a complete circle. And in JavaScript, every time we want to draw a circle, we have to use the arc method. All right, with that said, let's come back to the code. And here we are using a method, so we have to write the parentheses. Then we also have to check the documentation, and notice that here we have to provide quite a few values. Now, to see how these values work, let's come back to the empty canvas. Then I will add a circle, and now we will go through all the values of the arc method one by one. The first value we provide is called x. This value is a coordinate, and we use it to customize the horizontal position of the arc. Then we have y. This is also a coordinate, and we use it to customize the vertical position of the arc. And these are the first two values that we provide. Now, a very important detail here is that with these two values, we are describing the center of the arc. Then what happens is when we use the arc method, the browser will take these coordinates and it will draw an arc around these coordinates. So once again, x and y represent the center of the arc. All right, these are the first two values. After this, the next value is called radius. With this value, we can customize the size of the arc. Now, at this point, we have already encountered this idea of radius. The radius is just the distance between the center of the arc and the border. And when we change this value, we are changing the size of the arc. Then after this, we have two additional values. And these last two values are a bit less important for us. They are called start angle and end angle. Now, what do they do? Well, these two values are a bit weird. So here I will just show you a few examples so you can get a feeling for how they work. However, again, these values are not really important for us. And so we will not really go into the details of this. Now, here, let's focus on these two values. And the names are a bit too long, so let me make them a bit shorter. Then the idea is this. These two values are supposed to be angles, and we use these two values to customize how much of the arc we want to see. For example, if we provide these two values, we will get an arc that looks like this. If instead we provide these two values, then we will get an arc like this. So you see, we have different values and we get a different arc. If we provide these two values, we will get an arc like this. And this is the entire idea. With these two values, we are just customizing how much of the arc that we see on the canvas. Now, in our case, we want to draw a circle, and for that, we need to provide two very specific values. The first one is 0, and the other one is 2 times pi. When we provide these two values, we will get an arc that looks like this. And well, this is just a regular circle. Now, for this project, we don't really care about why we use these two specific values. The only important thing for us is that when we do use these values, we will get a very nice circle just like this one. All right, with that said, these are all the values that we can customize every time we draw an arc. After this, let's come back to the code. Then here, let me add a lot of space in the parentheses. And now we will write all these specific values for the detail. The first two values are x and y. Now, these two values are the coordinates for the center of the circle. And if we look back at the steps from earlier, notice that we want to move the brush to the center of the canvas, which is 500, 500. So what we do is we come back to the code, and here we write the coordinates for the center, which are 500, 500. Now, here I want to highlight a very important thing. You see, when we use the arc method, the browser will move the brush automatically. What this means is that the browser will move the brush to these coordinates, and this is very important for us because it means that here we don't have to use the move to method. Again, when we draw circles, we don't have to use the move to method. In fact, if we use the move to method, we might get some weird effects. So here there is no need to use the move to method. When we use the arc method, the browser will move the brush automatically. All right, with that said, let's continue with the values. After the coordinates, we write a comma, and then we need to provide a radius. Now here, if we look at the parameters, notice that we receive a radius for the circle. And now we need a radius for the arc. So what we do is, here we just use the radius parameter, and when the browser sees this, it will simply take the value that we receive as a parameter, and it will give it to the arc method. In other words, here we are just passing our parameter to the arc method. After this, we write a comma, and then last thing, we have to provide the two angles. Now, in the example earlier, I showed you that to draw a full circle, we just use two specific values. So here we just write the same values, which are 0, comma, and then the other value is 2 times pi. Now for this value, we just write math with uppercase M dot pi all multiplied by 2. And that's it. These are all the values that we need to draw a circle. Now, at this point, the browser knows that we want to draw an arc. However, for now, this shape will not be visible. Why? Well, it's the same issue that we had before with the hands. Every time we draw something, we must always tell the browser to make everything visible. Otherwise, we will not be able to see the shape. So, how can we tell this specific thing to the browser? Well, very simply, we go to the next line, we tell the browser that we want to work with the brush, and this time we want to use a method called fill. Then, as usual, we write the parentheses and we check the documentation. Now, here the documentation is empty, so we don't have to provide any values. And that's it. When the browser sees this method, it will make the circle visible. Now, notice that here, to make the circle visible, we used a method called fill. Why am I pointing this out? Well, I am pointing this out because earlier, when we were drawing the hands, we used a different method called stroke. So, to draw the hands, we used one method, and now, for the detail, we are using a different method. Why? Well, the answer is that for the detail, we want to use the fill brush. Remember, we have two different types of brush, one for outlines and one for coloring shapes. Then the idea is that for the stroke brush, we use the stroke method, whereas now we are using the fill brush, and for this brush, we use the fill method. All right, with that said, the function is complete. After this, let's scroll a bit farther down, and here I will remove the extra space that I left behind. Now, notice that here at the end of the file, we are telling the browser to draw all the hands of the clock. After this, now we want to draw the detail. How can we do that? Well, we know that the detail is made of two circles. So here in the next line, after drawing the hands, we tell the browser to draw the first circle. Then this is a function, so we have to write the parentheses. And if we check the documentation, notice that we have to provide a color and a radius. These are the parameters that we defined earlier for this function. So what values do we provide here? Well, for the first circle, the color will be red. So we write the string red. Then we write a comma. And for the radius, I just tried a few values behind the scenes and I liked a radius of 40. So the radius is 40. After this, let's come back to the browser and notice that now we see a red circle here at the center of the canvas. So at this point, we know that the drawCircle function is working fine. After this, let's come back to the code, and in the next line, we tell the browser that we want to draw another circle. Then we write the parentheses, and this time we provide the following values. The color is black, then we write a comma, and the radius is 20. Here, once again, I just tried a few values and I liked 20, so we use a radius of 20. After this, let's come back to the browser and notice that now we have two circles. We have the previous one, which is red, and then we also have the new one, which is black. And that's it. Now, finally, we have the detail. The nice thing about this detail is that now it looks like all the hands are connected together, like there's a pin holding all the hands together. So at this point, we have the detail. The question is, what do we do next? Well, here we can come back to the list of objectives, and since now we have the detail, we can cross this off from the list. After this, the next thing we do is we draw the frame. All right, at this point, we have the hands of the clock and the detail. The only thing we are missing is the frame. So how do we draw this? Well, here, first of all, let me show you the steps. To draw the frame, we will take the brush, then we will change the color of the brush to black, then we will change the thickness of the brush, and then we will just draw a very big circle all around the clock, just like this. Now, notice that here we are drawing the outline of this circle. This is very important because every time we want to draw an outline, we have to use the stroke brush. If we tried to use the other brush, the fill brush, well, the frame would look like this. And of course, this doesn't work. So to draw the frame, we will use the stroke brush. All right, with that said, these are all the steps to draw the frame. And now we will just repeat the same steps using JavaScript. Now, for this part, we will write all the code here, right after the drawCircle function. So let me add a little bit of space, and then we start working here. Now, here I want to mention that we will put all the code for the frame inside of a function. So to start things off, we tell the browser that we want to create a function. And this function is called draw frame, all without spaces and with uppercase F. Then we write the parentheses for the parameters, and for now we just leave this empty. Then we write open curly bracket, so the browser knows that the function starts here. And then we go down here and we write the close curly bracket. So the browser knows that the function ends here. Now, what do we write in this function? Well, if we look back at the steps, we begin by changing the color of the brush to black. So let's come back to the code, and now we will change the color of the brush to black. What we do is we go here to the first line of the function. Then we tell the browser that we want to take the brush, and in this case, we want to work with a property called stroke style. This is the property for the color of the stroke brush. Now, here we want to change the value of this property, and specifically, we change it to black. So here we just write the string black. Now, notice that here we are not using parameters. Why? Well, the answer is that for the frame, we don't really care about customization. Why? Well, if we come back to the clock, notice that here in total, we will only have one frame. So in total, we will only draw one frame. And this frame has a specific color, thickness, and radius. Now, the nice thing here is that since we know that there is only one frame, we don't really have to worry about customization. I mean, in the end, we only need one frame. So here in the code, we can simply write all the values for the frame in the function, and everything will be fine. In general, the idea is that we should create parameters only when we absolutely need them. And in this case, we don't really need them, so we skip all the parameters for the function, and in the end, this function will have 0 parameters. All right, with that said, now we have changed the color of the brush. After this, the next step is we change the thickness of the brush. How? Well, very simply, we come back to the code, we go to the next line, we tell the browser that we want to take the brush, and this time we want to work with a property called line width. This is the property for the thickness. Now, here we want to change the value of this property, and specifically, in this case, we want to make it 20. Now, here, once again, notice that we are not using any parameters. Why? Well, the idea is always the same. In the end, we will only draw one frame, and this means that we don't really need to customize any value in this function. And also, if you are wondering why we use the value 20, well, I just tried a few values behind the scenes and this one looked good enough. All right, with that said, let's come back to the browser. At this point, we changed the color and the thickness of the brush. After this, the next step is the following. Right now, the brush is locked, so here we have to remove the lock. To do this, we just come back to the code, we go to the next line, we tell the browser that we want to work with the brush, and this time we want to use the begin path method. So with this method, we will unlock the brush. Then here we write the parentheses and we check the documentation, but the documentation is empty, so we don't have to write anything else here. Now, here you might be wondering why we have to unlock the brush. I mean, if we look back at the code we have already written, we have already unlocked the brush before. Specifically, we unlocked it here and also here. So the question is, why are we unlocking it again here in this line? Well, the answer is that every time we draw something, the browser will lock the brush again. Specifically, the browser will lock the brush every time we use the stroke method or the fill method. So after we have used any of these two methods, the browser will lock the brush. And that's why here in this line, when we draw the frame, we have to unlock the brush again. All right, with that said, let me scroll back down. And now let's come back to the browser. At this point, the brush is unlocked. And now we will draw a big circle all around the clock, just like this. Now, how can we draw this circle? Well, very simply, we come back to the code, we go to the next line, we tell the browser that we want to work with the brush, and this time we want to use the arc method. This is the same method that we also used for the detail. Then we write the parentheses, and then we have to provide this big list of values. Now here, let me add a lot of space in the parentheses, and then we will go through all the values step by step. The first two values are the coordinates for the center of the arc. Which coordinates do we use? Well, if we come back to the browser, the frame will look like this. And notice that the center of the frame is here, at the center of the canvas. So, here in the code, we just write the usual coordinates for the center, which are 500, 500. And here, as usual, notice that we have to separate these values with a comma. Now, a little note here, from now on, I will stop mentioning all the commas, and I do this because otherwise it gets a bit too repetitive. Once again though, keep in mind that when we write values in the parentheses or when we add new parameters, we must always separate each value and each parameter with a comma. Now, with that said, here we have written the center of the frame. After this, the next value is the radius. This value represents the size of the circle, and in this case, we use a value of 400. So the frame will be very big. Now, why are we using this value? Well, as usual, I just tried a few ones behind the scenes, and this one looked good enough. All right, this is the radius. After this, we have the last two values, which are the starting angle and the end angle. Now, here, once again, we want to draw a complete arc. We want to draw a circle. And for that, we use these two numbers. The first one is 0, and the other one is 2 times pi. Now, once again, we don't really need to know why we use these two values. The important thing for us is that when we do use these two values, we will get a full circle. All right, with that said, these are all the values that we need. After this, we just need to make the circle visible. So we go to the next line, we tell the browser that we want to work with the brush, and this time we want to use the stroke method. We use this method because here we want to draw the outline of the circle. Then we write the parentheses, and the documentation is empty, so we don't need to provide any values for this method. All right, with that said, finally, the function is complete. After this, we just need to use this function. To do this, we scroll a bit further down. Then here, let me remove the extra space that I left behind, so we don't have any extra empty lines. And now here, right after drawing the hands and the detail, we tell the browser that we also want to draw the frame. Now, this is a function, so we have to write the parentheses. And if we check the documentation, well, the documentation is empty, so we don't have to provide any values here. And that's it. Now we are drawing all the parts of the clock. We have the hands, the detail, and now we also have the frame. Now, here I want to mention one last thing about the frame. You see, in total, we only use the drawFrame function once, and we use it here in this line. Now, the thing is, since we use the function once, it seems like the function is a bit useless. I mean, I told you that we use functions to avoid copy-paste, but here there is no need for copy-paste, because in the end, we only draw one frame. So, do we really need this function? Well, the answer is yes. And to see why we created this function, let me show you a little example. Let's say that I showed you this code, and then I ask you to figure out what will happen when we give this code to the browser. Well, this is not an impossible task. However, it's not very easy to do. You see, here we would have to read each line of code, we would have to understand each individual step, and we would also have to remember all the things that happened before. So, it's only a few lines of code, but still, it's not very easy to figure out what will happen when we give this code to the browser. Now, let's say that I asked you the same question, but this time the code is inside of a function. You see, the code is still the same. We only added the function. However, now it's very easy to figure out what's gonna happen here. And it's easy because, well, the function is telling us what's gonna happen. In other words, with this function, we are making our code easier to read. And that's why we created this function. So, to recap, the idea here is that we don't use functions only to avoid copy-paste, but also for other reasons. For example, in this case, we created this function because with this, we are making the code easier to read. Specifically, the code becomes easier to read because now, when we are reading the code, this function will tell us what the code will do. And so, we don't have to figure it out ourselves. Now, of course, this only works if we use good descriptive names. For example, if we call the function QWERTY1, well, now the function is not helping us anymore because this is a meaningless name. However, if we manage to find good descriptive names, then a function like this one can be very helpful, even if we only use it once. Alright, with that said, let's come back to the browser and notice that now, finally, we see the entire clock. Now, here it's possible that maybe when you look at your browser, some parts of the frame are not visible. Well, if that's the case, don't worry because this is very easy to fix. Basically, if the clock looks like this, we just need to come back to index.html. Then we go to the canvas tag and we use the style attribute that I showed you earlier. So here, way back when we were drawing the first hand, I told you that if the clock is too big, we can make it smaller by using the style attribute of the canvas. And well, if now you cannot see the entire frame, you can simply change the percentage. Specifically, here you can try a smaller value, like 25%. However, keep in mind that the situation will be different for everyone, so I cannot tell you exactly which percentage to use. In other words, here, if 25% is not enough, you will need to try a few other percentages, and at some point you will find one that makes the entire frame visible. Now, with that said, in my case, the browser is really big, so I actually cannot use this attribute, but if the clock is not fully visible in your case, you can safely keep the style attribute here and everything will be fine. And that's it. If we come back to the browser, as you can see, we finally managed to draw the entire clock. Now, with that said, here we can come back to the list of objectives, and since now we have the frame, we can cross this off from the list. After this, here we finally reach the last objective. Now, the idea is this. So far, the clock has always been stuck in the same position. So now we will animate the hands and we will make sure that the clock is always showing us the right time. All right, our goal here is to make sure that the clock is always showing us the right time. And for that, first of all, we need to figure out how we can move the hands of the clock. You see, so far, the clock has always been stuck kind of like this, at 10 hours, 10 minutes, and 30 seconds. The question is, how can we move the hands of the clock? Well, if we come back to the code, here near the end of the file, we draw the 3 hands. And for each hand, we specify a rotation. Now, if we want to move the hands, technically, we just need to change these 3 rotations. For example, if we change these values to something like 25%, 50%, and 75%, well, now when we come back to the browser, notice that the hands have moved. Specifically, now the time is 3 hours, 30 minutes, and 45 seconds. If we want to move the hands again, we just come back to the code, we take all the percentages and we replace them, let's say, with the old ones. After this, if we come back to the browser, notice that now we see the old time, just like before. We have 10 hours, 10 minutes, and 30 seconds. So this is the idea. Every time we want to move the hands, we have to change all the rotations. However, here we have a little issue. You see, these values need to be percentages, but when we look at the clock, we don't really think about percentages. Rather, we think about time. What I mean here is that when we look at the clock, we expect to see time and not percentages. In other words, here we want to work with time, hours, minutes, and seconds, but in the code, we need percentages. What do? Well, to solve this issue, we start by creating a function. And I will show you why we create a function in a few minutes. The overall idea is this. Here we have all these lines of code, and this is where we draw all the parts of the clock. The hands, the detail, and the frame. Now, what we do is we take all this code and we will move it into a function. So we focus here on the empty line right before drawing the first hand, and we add one empty line of code right here. Then here in the new line, we tell the browser that we want to create a new function. This one is called drawClock. And after the name, we write the parentheses. Now, we will take care of the parameters in a few seconds. First, let's finish the function. What we do is we write the open curly bracket, so the browser knows that the function starts here. And then we go down here after the last line, and we write the close curly bracket, so the browser knows that the function ends here. Then we add a little bit of indentation, and that's it. The first part of the function is ready. After this, let's come back to this line, and now let's focus on the parameters. The question here is, what things do we want to customize when we use this function? Well, if we come back to the browser, every time we draw the clock, we want to set the time. So we want to set the hours, the minutes, and the seconds. Now, what do we do with this knowledge? Well, very simply, these will be our parameters. So at this point, we can come back to the code, and now we add the three parameters. So we have the hours, the minutes, and the seconds. All right, now we have these three parameters, and the idea here is that every time we want to draw the clock, we just need to specify what time we want to see. And we specify this in hours, minutes, and seconds. Now, maybe this sounds a bit too abstract, so let me show you what this means in practice. What we do is we move down here to the end of the file, and now to draw the clock, we just need to use the drawClock function. Then we write the parentheses, and if we check the documentation, notice that now we have to provide these three values: hours, minutes, and seconds. So this is the time that we want to see on the clock. Now, what do we do? Well, very simply, here in the parentheses, we tell the browser what time we want to see. For example, so far we have always used 10 hours, 10 minutes, and 30 seconds. So to get this time, we just write 10 hours, 10 minutes, and 30 seconds. And that's it. Now, the cool thing here is that when we look at the values that we are providing, it's very easy to see what time we are going to draw. Because, well, here we are just writing the hours, minutes, and seconds that we want to see on the clock. Then the idea is that if we come back to the browser, as you can see, we get exactly the time that we specified. So we have 10 hours, 10 minutes, and 30 seconds. Now, let's say that we want to change the time. For example, let's say that we want to make it like this. Here we have 11 hours, 15 minutes, and 45 seconds. How can we do this? Well, very simply, we come back to the code and we change the three values that we provide when we draw the clock. So here, in this case, we just give 11 hours, 15 minutes, and 45 seconds. See? This is why we created the function. With this function, now we can draw the clock without having to worry about percentages. However, here we have a little problem. You see, now we have changed the values when we draw the clock, but if we come back to the clock, notice that we still see the old time: 10 hours, 10 minutes, and 30 seconds. Why do we see the old time? Well, if we come back to the code, the issue is hidden up here in the drawClock function. You see, now we have these three parameters for the time, but if we look in the code, when we draw the hands, we are still using the old rotations. In other words, yes, we have the parameters, however, for now, we are not using them, and that's why the time did not change. What do we do? Well, the idea is this. At this point, we have our three parameters: the hours, the minutes, and the seconds. However, in the code, we need percentages. So now we have to figure out how to convert these three parameters to percentages. How can we do this? Well, to see this idea, let's come back to the browser and let's start by quickly reviewing how rotations work. So we know that all three hands start from the same position up here. This is the starting point and the rotation here is 0%. Then the hands start moving and we reach a rotation of 25%. Then the hands keep moving and we reach 50%. Then the hands keep moving and we reach 75%. Then the hands keep moving again and finally we reach 100%. And we are back at the starting point. After this, if we keep increasing the percentage beyond 100%, the hands will keep moving just like you can see here. Again, the rotation is just a percentage and we use it to describe how much each hand has moved from its starting position up at 0%. Now, after this, we need to review another very important thing. You see, every time we have a percentage, the percentage is just a number. Specifically, a percentage is always equal to the number divided by 100. Then we can compute this fraction, and in this case, we get 0.83. Now, with this observation, let's come back to the clock. Then here we can take all the percentages and we can write them as fractions. So we have all the numbers divided by 100. Then we compute these fractions and we get these values. So we go from 0 to 0.25, 0.50, 0.75, all the way back to 0. Now, what's the point of this transformation? Well, very simply, now that we have our percentages written as numbers, I can finally show you how we can convert the hours, the minutes, and the seconds to percentages. Now, to see how this works, let's start by focusing on the hand for the seconds. So here we have the hand for the seconds, and we know that in the beginning, the hand is up here. So when the time is 0 seconds, the hand is up here. Then, as time goes by, we arrive here. When the hand is here, we have 15 seconds. Then time keeps going by and we arrive here. Here we have 30 seconds. Then time keeps going by and now we are here, 45 seconds. And then finally, after 60 seconds, the hand is back at the starting position, 0 seconds. So in total, every 60 seconds, this hand will do a full rotation around the clock, and it will be back at the starting point. Now, notice that here we have a few numbers. We have 0, 15, 30, 45. This is just the number of seconds that we read on the clock. And here I want to show you a very cool thing about these numbers. You see, if we take all these values and we divide them by the time required for a full rotation, so this is 60 seconds, we get these fractions. Now, the cool thing is this. If we take all these fractions and we compute them, we will get these numbers. And these numbers can be represented using a different fraction. And these fractions are just the percentages that we are looking for. So you see, it looks a bit weird at first because we have a lot of steps. But in the end, to convert the seconds to a percentage, we just take the current amount of seconds, this is the parameter, and we divide it by 60, which is the total amount of time we need for a full rotation in this case. Now, if you are not fully convinced by this, don't worry. It's not very intuitive the first time that we see it, but if we actually look at the numbers, well, with this formula we get all the values that we need. So this is the right formula, and we had to review a lot of things, but in the end, as you can see here, the actual formula is very simple. So once again, this is how we convert the seconds to a percentage. And just to give you a little spoiler, it's basically the same thing for the hours and the minutes. All right, with that said, let's come back to the browser, and now let's focus on the hand for the minutes. Here, our goal is to convert the minutes to percentages. So let's start by looking at the values that we read on the clock. In the beginning, the hand is up here. Here we have 0 minutes. Then, as time goes by, we arrive here, 15 minutes. Then, time keeps going by and we arrive here, 30 minutes. Then, a bit later, we are here, 45 minutes. And then, finally, after 60 minutes, the hand is back here at the starting point. So, in total, every 60 minutes, this hand will do a full rotation around the clock. And then here we can do the same tricks I showed you earlier. We take all the possible values, we divide them by 60, which is, again, the time it takes for a full rotation. And once again, if we compute these fractions, we get the same numbers as before. Then we can take these numbers, we can write them as fractions, and these fractions correspond to the percentages that we need. See? Once again, we just divide the time by how long it takes to do a full rotation, and we get the percentages that we need. So to find the rotation for the minutes, we just take the minutes parameter and we divide it by 60, which is how long it takes for this hand to do a full rotation. All right, after this, let's come back to the browser one last time, and here let's focus on the last hand, the one for the hours. Now, our goal is to convert the hours to percentages, and for that, let's start by writing down the numbers. Here we know that the hand will start from the same position, and when the hand is here, we have 0 hours. Then, as time goes by, we arrive here, and we have 3 hours. Then, time keeps going by, and we arrive here. Here we have 6 hours. Then, a little bit later, we have 9 hours. And finally, after 12 hours, we are back at the starting position. Now, in total, for this hand, we need to wait 12 hours for a full rotation. And notice also that we have different numbers. However, the cool thing here is that we can use the same tricks as before and things will work anyway. So what we do is we take all these values, we divide them by 12, which is the amount of time we need for a full rotation. And if we compute these fractions, we get the same numbers as before. Then we can write these numbers as fractions, and these fractions are equal to the percentages that we need. Once again, the trick is that we divide all the values by how much it takes to do a full rotation, and we get the percentages that we need. So to find the rotation for the hours, we just take the hours parameter, and in this case, we divide it by 12. And that's it. This is how we convert all 3 parameters to percentages. With that said, now we can come back to the code, and here, instead of writing these 3 numbers, we just write the 3 fractions. So we have hours divided by 12, minutes divided by 60, and seconds also divided by 60. And that's it. these are the 3 rotations. Now, the question is, do these formulas actually work? Well, if we look back down here, when we draw the clock, we provide a time of 11 hours, 15 minutes, and 45 seconds. So, if everything is fine, we should see the same time on the clock. So, does this work? Well, if we come back to the clock, notice that the hands have moved. So, something has happened, and if we check, now we have 11 hours, 15 minutes, and 45 seconds. So, yes, everything is working fine. Now, here, to be fully certain that everything is working fine, let's try a different time. What we do is we come back to the code, and now, instead of these values, we provide a different time, like 21 hours, which is 9 p.m. depending on where you live. In JavaScript, we always use 24 hours time. Then we write 30 minutes and 10 seconds. After this, let's come back to the browser and notice that now we see 21 hours, which is just 9 p.m. So the hand here is in the right position. Then we have 30 minutes and 10 seconds. So once again, everything is working fine. Now, here I want to point out a very interesting detail. You see, if we focus on the hand for the hours, notice that the time is 21 or 9 p.m. Now, if we use our formula to convert this time to a percentage, we get 21 divided by 12, which is equal to 1.75. And this is like writing 175%. The interesting thing here is that in this case, we are going over 100%. However, in practice, that's not a problem because we see the right time anyway. So we are going over 100%, but we see the right time anyway. The question is, why does this work? Well, the idea is this. The hand for the hours starts up here at 0%. Then we begin by doing 100% of the rotation. So we do a full loop, and at this point, we have completed the first 100% of the rotation. And then we have another 75% of the rotation left to do. Now, if we do this 75% of the rotation, as you can see, we arrive here. This is 175% of a rotation, and this is just 21 hours or 9 p.m. So when we go over 100%, we end up doing a full rotation and a little bit more. However, once again, that's okay because in the end, we arrive at the right place anyway. All right, with that said, let's come back to the code. Then here, let's remove this example and let's bring back the old time, 10 hours, 10 minutes, and 30 seconds. And after this, if we come back to the clock, notice that we get the usual time as before, 10 hours, 10 minutes, and 30 seconds. So at this point, we know that the formulas are working fine. The conversion from time to percentages is working fine. The question is, what do we do next? Well, at this point, the idea is very simple. Here, instead of writing 3 numbers, we want to use the current time. And for that, now I will show you how to find the current time using JavaScript. All right, let's do a quick recap. So far, we have always been drawing the clock with a specific time of 10 hours, 10 minutes, and 30 seconds. Now, our goal is to get the current time in the real world. And then here, instead of writing these numbers, when we draw the clock, we will use the current time. The question is, how do we get the current time in JavaScript? Well, very simply, we need to ask the browser. Let me show you how it works. Here, first of all, to start things off, I will add a bit of space right before the drawClock function. And then here, after the function, we will ask the browser to tell us the current time. To do this, we start by defining a new word. This word is called now, and the value of now is, well, this thing here. We write the word new, followed by the word date with uppercase D, and then we write open and close parentheses. Now, what is this thing that we have just written? Well, to understand this, we need to focus on this word here, date. You see, in JavaScript, this is a very special word. This is actually a function, but not a regular function. This is a special type of function called constructor. Now, we will not go into the topic of constructors because it's actually pretty complex, and for this project, we don't really need to understand what they are or how they work. The important thing is that when we have a constructor, we have to follow 3 rules. The first 2 rules are just like when we use a regular function. We write the parentheses and then we check the documentation. However, in this case, notice that we don't need to provide any details here, so we just keep the parentheses empty. And then after this, since this is a constructor, we have the third rule, which is just that when we use a constructor, before the constructor, we have to write this word new. Now, once again, we will not get into the details of how constructors work, so we will skip the details of the word new. The important thing for us is that every time we are using a constructor, we also have to write this word new. All right, with that said, this is how we get the current time in JavaScript. When the browser sees this, it will simply give us back the current time. And behind the scenes, just to give you an idea, the time looks kind of like this. We have the current hour, the current minute, and the current second. So at this point, we have the current time. What do we do next? Well, here we need to extract the actual amount of hours, amount of minutes, and amount of seconds from the current time. How can we do this? Well, let's come back to the code and I will show you all the steps. What we do is we go to the next line, and here we start by grabbing the hours. To do that, we define a new word called hours, and for this word, we just take the time and we tell the browser that we want to use a method called getHours. Then we write the parentheses, and if we check the documentation, notice that we don't have to provide any details, so this is the entire method. Now, when we use this method, the browser will take the current time and it will give us back the number for the hours. So in this case, it's 7 hours, so we get back the number 7. All right, with that, now we have the hours. After this, we continue to the next line and we do the same thing, this time for the minutes. So here we define a new word called minutes, and for this word, we just take the time, and here we tell the browser that we want to use a method called getMinutes. Then we write the parentheses, and if we check the documentation, once again, it's empty, so we don't have to provide any details here. Now, when we use this method, the browser will take the current time, and in this case, it will give us back the number for the minutes. So now here in the code, we also have the minutes. After this, we go to the next line and we do the same thing again, this time for the seconds. So here we define a new word called seconds. And for this word, we just take the time and we tell the browser that we want to use a method called getSeconds. Then we write the parentheses, and if we check the documentation, notice that once again, just like before, we don't have to provide any details, so this is the entire method. Now, when the browser sees this line of code, it will take the current time, and in this case, it will give us back the number for the seconds. And with that, now, finally, here in the code, we have the current hours, minutes, and seconds. What do we do next? Well, very simply, here, when we draw the clock, instead of writing any specific number, now we will simply tell the browser that we want to draw the clock using the current hour, which we computed up here. Then we use the current minute, which we computed up here. And finally, we use the current second, which we computed up here. And that's it. At this point, now the browser knows that when we draw the clock, we want to use the current time. Now, does this actually work? Well, if everything is fine, when we look at the clock, we should see the current time. So let's come back to the browser and notice that now the hands are in a different position. So something has happened. Then here I can tell you that in my case, right now the time is 7 hours, 25 minutes and 10 seconds. And if we look at the clock, here in my browser, we see 7 hours, 25 minutes and 10 seconds. So yes, everything is working fine. Now, here I want to mention that when you look at the clock in your browser, it's very likely that the hands will be in a different position. This happens because, remember, now we are drawing the clock using the current time, so it all depends on the time. All right, with that said, now when we look at the clock, we can see the current time. However, this is not enough. You see, if we look at the clock, notice that the hands are not moving. Now, why am I pointing this out? Well, very simply, this is an issue for us, because here we always want to see the current time, but the hands are stuck. So this means that here, after 1 second, the time will be wrong. I mean, the time will always change every second. So here, the hands of the clock should always be moving every second. However, when we look at the clock, the hands are stuck. So here we have a problem. Now, with that said, the question is, how can we fix this? Well, very simply, to solve this issue, we just need to tell the browser that every second we want to redraw the clock. All right, at this point, we are able to draw the clock using the current time. However, notice that the clock doesn't actually move. Why? Well, the idea is this. If we come back to the code, the browser will read everything line by line, and when the browser is here, it will draw the clock using the current time. Then, after this line, the file is over, and so the browser will not do anything else. Now, this last thing is very important for us, because here we learn that yes, the browser draws the clock using the current time, but only once, and that's why the clock is stuck. We draw once, and then nothing else will happen. Now, our goal is to make sure that the clock is always showing us the right time. So how can we do that? Well, at the high level, we just need to repeat these lines of code over and over and over and over, basically forever. As a result, the browser will keep reading the time and it will keep drawing the clock using the current time. Now, the question is, how can we do this? Well, here we could simply go to the end of the file, then we take these lines of code for the time, and we just copy paste them, and we copy paste them, and we copy paste them, and so on and so on. However, of course, this idea is really bad because, well, here we are copy pasting code. So, how can we do this without copy pasting code? Well, here, let's quickly get rid of this example and then let's scroll back up. Now, the idea is this. Here we know that we want to repeat this code, and earlier we learned that when we want to repeat something, instead of copy pasting it, we just move it into a function. So now we will move this code to a new function. What we do is here we add one extra line of code right above the code where we get the time. And then here, right before the time, we create a new function called redraw. Now, here I want to highlight the fact that when we use this function, the browser will draw the clock again using the current time. I'm pointing this out because technically, here we could have picked a more precise name. For example, we could have called this function drawClock again using current time. So we could have picked a name like this one, but in my opinion, a name like this is way too long. So to keep things simple, we just say that when we use this function, the browser will redraw the clock, and we call this function redraw. Then we write the parentheses, and here for this function we don't need any parameters, so we just keep the parentheses empty. After this, we write the open curly bracket, so the browser knows that here we start the function, and then down here after the last line we write the close curly bracket, so the browser knows that the function ends here. Then finally, we also add a little bit of indentation, so it's easier to see the code inside of the function, and that's it. So now we have this function. What do we do next? Well, here we need to figure out how we can keep using this function over and over and over and over. So the question is, how can we do this? Well, at the high level, we just want to keep using the function over and over. So we could just redraw and redraw and redraw, and we keep using the function a million times. However, once again, this will not work. Why? Well, the issue is that at some point, we will reach the end of the file, and after this line, the browser will do nothing else. So here, we cannot simply use the function a million times. The question is, how can we keep redrawing the clock? Well, now I will simply show you the actual solution. What we do is we go here after the redraw function and we write the word window. Now, what happens when we use this word? Well, the idea is that when we say window, we get access to a few very useful things. And in this case, we want to use a method called setInterval. Now, this method is very special. When we use the setInterval method, we are telling the browser that we want to do something over and over forever. Now, this is a method, so here we have to write the parentheses, and then if we check the documentation, notice that we need to provide two things. The first one is a function. This is the function that we want to keep repeating over and over. And the second one is how often we want to repeat the function, meaning how much time we want to wait before the browser goes through the function again. Now, what values do we provide in our case? Well, here let me add a little bit of space and now I will show you the values. In our case, we want to repeat the redraw function. So we tell the browser to keep going through the function called redraw. And it's very interesting because in this case, we need to give the browser the name of the function itself. So here we just write the name like this without parentheses. And also we don't need to check the documentation. Now, this is what we do. But why? I mean, why do we skip the parentheses and the documentation? Well, the answer is that if we also write open and close parentheses, the browser will assume that we want to use the function. But this is not what we want. In fact, here we want to give the browser the name of the function. And to do that, we just need to write the name itself without parentheses. And since we are not actually using the function, here we don't have to worry about the documentation. Now, this is the first value. Next, we need to tell the browser how much time to wait before redrawing again. In other words, we need to tell the browser how often to use the redraw function. So, what value do we provide? Well, if we think about it, we know that the time will change every second. So here we just write a comma, and then we tell the browser to go through the function every second. Now, notice that here we write the number 1000. What's the meaning of this number? Well, very simply, this is a value in milliseconds. In our case, we want to have 1 second, and that's equal to 1000 milliseconds. So this is why we write this number. All right, with this code, we are telling the browser that we want to use the redraw function every second. So now, technically, every second, the browser should redraw the clock using the current time. Does this actually work? Well, to find this out, we just have to come back to the browser and notice that now it seems like we have lost the clock. However, don't worry because after 1 second, the browser will go through the redraw function and now we have the clock with the current time. So now we have the clock again. And then after 1 second, the browser will redraw again. And 1 second later, the browser will redraw again and again and again. Well, as you can see, there's something weird going on here. It seems like the hands are moving. I mean, the hand for the seconds is moving, so the browser is redrawing the clock just like we want. However, we also get this weird effect where it seems like we are cloning the hands somehow. So what's going on? Well, the answer is actually very simple. You see, let's review what happens. At the start, the canvas is empty. Then after 1 second, the browser will redraw the clock. Then a second later, the browser will redraw again. And here we get this weird issue where it seems like we are creating extra hands somehow. Now, in reality, what's happening here is when we redraw the clock, we still have the old one on the canvas. So, as a result, we are drawing the new clock on top of the old one. And that's why we see these extra hands. In other words, here we are actually seeing two clocks, the old one and the new one. And this keeps happening every second. So every time we redraw, we are always drawing on top of all the previous clocks. Now, of course, this is not what we want. So how can we fix this? Well, the idea is that every time we want to redraw the clock, before redrawing, we need to clear the canvas. So now the canvas is empty. And then when we redraw the clock, we don't have to worry about the old ones anymore. Now, how can we clear the canvas? Well, let me show you. All right, at this point, we managed to set things up so the browser will redraw the clock every second. However, there's a little issue, because every time we redraw the clock, all the previous ones are still visible. And so we get this weird effect where it seems like we are creating many new hands. Now, the nice thing here is that this issue is actually very easy to fix. To solve this, we will simply take an eraser, and then every time we want to draw the clock, before drawing, we will just clear the entire canvas, just like you can see here. With this, now we are certain that the canvas is empty, and so we can safely redraw the clock again. Now, the question is, how do we clear the canvas in JavaScript? Well, here it's very nice because we only need one line of code. What we do is we come back to the code, then we add one empty line here in the redraw function, and notice that we are right above the line where we use the drawClock function. So we are here right before drawing the clock, and this is where we will tell the browser to clear the canvas. Now, to clear the canvas, we need an eraser, and to get the eraser, we just take the brush, and now we will use a method called clearRect. Now, here, let me remind you that in reality, when we write the word ctx, this is more like a toolbox, and inside of this, we have the brushes. Well, now we learn that here in this toolbox, we also have an eraser, and this is the one that we will use now to clear the canvas. So let's come back to the code. Here, to get the eraser, we are just using this method called clearRect, and since this is a method, we need to write the parentheses. Then we also need to check the documentation, and here notice that we have to provide quite a few things. Now here, let's just come back to the browser, and now I will simply give you an overview of all the values that we have to provide when we use the clearRect method. So when we use the clearRect method, we are telling the browser that we want to use the eraser, and then we need to provide 4 values to specify what we want to erase. Now, the first 2 values are coordinates, and we use these coordinates to move the eraser to a specific point x and y on the canvas. Then we have 2 more values, and we use these values to create a rectangle. Specifically, we will provide the width of the rectangle and the height of the rectangle. After this, the browser will simply take the rectangle and it will erase all the things inside of the rectangle. And that's it. This is how we erase things in JavaScript. Now, in this example, notice that we can still see some parts of the clock. Why? Well, the answer is that when we use the eraser, we are clearing only the things inside of the rectangle. Everything else will remain the same. So what do we do? Well, our goal here is to erase everything, and to do that, we will just use the following values. First, we will move the eraser up here in the top left corner of the canvas at coordinates 0, 0, and then we will just clear the entire canvas. So the width of the rectangle will be equal to the width of the canvas, and the height of the rectangle will be equal to the height of the canvas. with these specific values, the browser will clear the entire canvas. And now notice that the old clock is completely gone. All right, with that said, let's come back to the code, and now we will simply give to the browser all the values that we have just seen. So we have the coordinates 0, 0. Then for the width, we want to cover the entire canvas. And here we could simply write the number 1000. However, in this case, I want to show you a different way to get the size of the canvas. What we do is we write the word canvas, so the browser knows that we want to do something with the canvas. And in this case, we want to read a property called width. So we read this property called width, and this property represents the width of the canvas. Then for the height, we basically do the same thing. We tell the browser that we want to work with the canvas, and this time we want to read the value of a property called height. And of course, this property represents the height of the canvas. Now, once again, here we could have simply written 1000, 1000, but I wanted to show you that there is another way to get the size of the canvas. What happens is, when the browser reads the width property of the canvas, we will get a value of 1000. And likewise, when the browser reads the height property of the canvas, we also get a value of 1000. All right, with that said, this is the entire line of code. And when the browser sees this line, it will simply clear the entire canvas. Now, at this point, let's quickly review what happens when we use the redraw function. To start things off, we get the current time, then we extract the hours, we extract the minutes, and we also extract the seconds. Then we clear the canvas, and then finally we draw the clock using the current time. So this is the entire function. And now if we come back to the browser, we will get this. At first, the canvas is empty. Then after a second, the browser will draw the clock, and so far everything is fine. Then after a second, the browser will draw the clock again, and notice that now we don't get any duplicate hands. So it seems like we managed to fix the problem. Will this keep working? Well, if we wait a little longer, after a second, the browser will redraw the clock again, and again, and again. So, as you can see, by clearing the canvas, we managed to fix the problem. Now, at this point, everything seems to be working fine. However, there's actually one very small bug that we need to fix. You see, at the start, when the browser is reading our code, for the first second, the canvas is empty. Then, after 1 second, the browser will draw the clock. The issue is that, again, for the first second, the canvas is empty. Now, in reality, this is not really such a big issue. I mean, after 1 second, it goes away. However, it makes sense if we fix it anyway, because for 1 entire second, it kind of looks like our code is not really working. Now, the question is, why does the browser wait 1 entire second before drawing the clock for the first time? Well, to see this, let's come back to the code and let's go through the last few lines step by step. When the browser is reading our code, it will reach this line, and here the browser will learn that we have a function called redraw. Then the browser will skip the entire function, and now we are here. Then the browser will simply move to the next line, and here we tell the browser that every second we want to go through the redraw function again. Then at this point we have reached the end of the file, and so after this nothing else will happen. Now the important thing here is that yes, the browser is done at this point. However, after each second, the browser will come back and it will go through the redraw function again. So every second, the browser will come back and it will go through the redraw function. The important thing here is that the browser will wait 1 second before doing the first redraw. So yes, every second the browser will redraw the clock, but this begins only after 1 second. In other words, here the browser learns that we want to repeat the redraw function. However, it will wait 1 second before doing the first redraw. And that's the reason why the canvas is empty during the first second. So this is what happens. However, this is not really what we want, because when we look at our web page, we always want to see the clock. We don't want to wait 1 second. So what do? Well, the solution is actually very easy. What we do is we move to the next line, and here we will tell the browser that now we want to redraw the clock immediately. And the important thing is that here we are using the function itself. So the browser will not wait, the browser will draw the clock immediately. So when the browser is reading our code, it will arrive here at the end of the file. It will see that each second we want to go through the redraw function. And then after this, the browser will immediately draw the clock for the first time. In other words, with this line of code, we are telling the browser that we don't want to wait 1 second. Here we want to see the clock immediately. Now, does this actually work? Well, if we come back to the browser, notice that now we can immediately see the clock. So yes, the bug is fixed. And notice also that the hands are still moving. So everything is still working fine. Now, like I mentioned, everything is working fine. So here we can come back to the list of objectives, and the clock is always showing us the right time. So we can cross this off from the list. And that's it. We have completed all the objectives. Now, with that said, here I want to mention one final thing. You see, you have just made it all the way here to the end of the tutorial, and it's very cool because, in my opinion, this is a clear sign that you really care about learning JavaScript. And maybe you're learning JavaScript because you want to get a nice job, or maybe you want to build a cool project on your own, or something else. Regardless of the reason though, at this point, I'm certain that you really care about it. Now, why am I pointing this out? Well, very simply, there's a problem here. You see, I created this tutorial specifically for beginners, and I imagine that now, after going through this tutorial, you have a much better understanding of JavaScript compared to when we started. The problem is that this is not enough. You see, if we consider all the things that we have covered in this tutorial, right now, your knowledge of JavaScript actually looks kind of like this. You are starting to get many of the pieces together, but at the same time, you are still missing quite a few things. In other words, at this point, there are still many gaps in your knowledge. And this is a problem because if you were to get a new job right now, or you started working on your own project right now, these gaps would cause you a lot of trouble. You see, if you have to use JavaScript at work and you still have all these gaps in your knowledge, the risk is that you won't be able to get things done. And this is bad because if your performance is low, you might get fired. Likewise, if you want to build a project on your own and you want to use JavaScript, but you still have all these gaps in your knowledge, the risk is that you won't be able to turn all your ideas into code. And as a result, the project might not work. So, you see, if you want to use JavaScript at work, or you want to build a project on your own using JavaScript, first you will need to fill all these gaps. If you ignore these gaps, the problem is just gonna stay there. And it's gonna come back to haunt you later on when you start working at your job or you start working on your own project. So this is the situation. The question is, what can you do? Well, technically, this entire problem exists because at this point, you are still in the process of learning JavaScript. So, if you want to improve the situation, you just need to keep going and keep learning JavaScript. Now, I know that the solution looks very simple, and it is simple, but you need to be very careful because there's a few very important things that could go wrong here. And if any of these actually does go wrong, you will end up wasting a ton of time and you will get a lot of frustration. Now, what are these things that could go wrong? Well, here, let's take a few minutes to really explore the situation. I will give you an overview of what could go wrong, and I will also give you some advice on what you can do if things actually do go wrong. Alright, let's begin with a quick recap. You have just completed this tutorial, and it's very cool because, in my opinion, this is a clear sign that you really care about learning JavaScript. However, like we saw earlier, at this point, there are still many gaps in your knowledge. And this is a problem because if you were to get a new job right now, or you started working on your own project right now, these gaps would cause you a lot of trouble. Specifically, the problem is that as long as you have all these gaps in your knowledge, there's a big risk that you won't be able to get things done. And as a result, you could lose your job or your project might not work. Now, this is pretty bad, but the solution is actually very simple. To improve the situation, you just need to fill these gaps, and to do that, you just need to keep going and keep learning JavaScript. Now, this is the idea, and yes, it's very simple, but like I mentioned earlier, you need to be very careful here because there's a few very important things that could go wrong. And if any of these does go wrong, you will end up wasting a ton of time and you will get a lot of frustration. So, what can you do? Well, to help you with this, now I will give you an overview of what could go wrong, and I will also give you some advice on what you can do if things actually do go wrong. Now, here I want to mention that my experience is primarily with tutorials. So, I will focus my advice specifically on tutorials. Now, technically, my advice should also apply to any other type of resource like books, guides, and things like that. But again, my experience is with tutorials, so I will focus my advice on tutorials. Now, the idea is this. To improve the situation, you just need to fill the gaps. And to do that, you just need to keep going and keep watching tutorials. Now, this is the solution, and yes, it's actually very simple, but you need to be very careful because here things can go very bad. You see, as you probably already know, there's a ton of tutorials out there, and this is very good because it means that you have a lot of options to choose from. The problem is that some tutorials are better than the others. And if you pick the wrong ones, you could end up wasting a ton of time and get a lot of frustration. So, how can you figure out which tutorials to watch and which ones to avoid? Well, to answer this question, first we need to take a very close look at what could actually go wrong with a tutorial. Specifically, every time you pick a tutorial, there are always three very important things that could go wrong. And now we will go through each one of these. Now, the cool thing here is that once you are aware of these three things, this is gonna help you save quite a bit of time and avoid quite a bit of frustration. You see, once you are aware of these three things, you will be able to evaluate every tutorial you find, and you will be able to get a very good idea about whether you have found a good tutorial or whether maybe you should keep going and try to find other ones to watch. Now, the first issue has to do with requirements. When you pick your next tutorial, what things will you need to know in order to follow along? Well, usually this is pretty difficult to figure out. Now, in this case, for this tutorial, I made sure to explain everything. So here we had 0 requirements, but this was actually a pretty rare exception. Very often, most instructors will assume that you already know quite a few things about JavaScript. And unless the instructor tells you what those things are, it's possible that maybe at some point during the tutorial, you might discover that you actually don't meet some of the requirements. And this is pretty bad because if you get in this kind of situation, you might not be able to complete the tutorial. So when you pick your next tutorial, the first issue you might encounter is that you might not meet the requirements. Then the second issue is that when you pick your next tutorial, it could be difficult to figure out what to expect in terms of content. How's the tutorial gonna be? Is it gonna be good? Is it gonna be worth your time or not? Well, it depends. Now, in this case, for this tutorial, the first thing I did is I tried to explain what the tutorial was gonna be like with the plan and everything else. And I gave you that explanation because I wanted to help you get a good idea about what to expect in terms of content. So this is the idea. The problem is that when you start your next tutorial, there's no guarantee that the instructor is gonna tell you what to expect. And maybe the tutorial looks very good from the outside, with a nice title and everything else, but can you really tell whether it's actually gonna be good just from that? Well, probably not. And this is bad because for you, it's gonna be much more difficult to figure out whether you should watch that specific tutorial or whether maybe you should pick a different one. So when you pick your next tutorial, you might get issues with the requirements and the content. Next, we have the third and final issue. Now, this one has to do with style. And when I talk about style, I'm talking specifically about the style of the instructor. How much is the instructor actually gonna teach? Will the instructor just throw a bunch of code at you and explain nothing about it? Or will the instructor take the time to really guide you step by step and explain what's happening, similar to what I did in this tutorial? Well, the answer is that it depends. And this is a problem because maybe you find a tutorial that looks very interesting and you actually do meet the requirements, but the instructor doesn't explain anything about the code. And so it's gonna be very difficult to follow along. Here, if you watched a few tutorials before this one, I'm pretty sure that you have already had this kind of experience, where the instructor wasn't explaining anything about the code, and so it was very difficult to follow along. In fact, if you watched a few tutorials before this one, I'm almost certain that you have already encountered all of these issues, maybe even all at once. So, to recap, the idea is that yes, to improve the situation and fill the gaps, you will need to watch more tutorials, but you need to be very careful because every time you pick a new tutorial, you could always get issues with the requirements, the content, and the style. Now, this is the situation. The question is, what can you do? I mean, can you somehow avoid these issues? Well, not really. You see, the perfect thing here would be that every time you find a new tutorial, the instructor always tells you what to expect in terms of requirements, content, and style. The problem is that this almost never happens. So there's basically nothing you can do about it. Now, some people will tell you to just go for tutorials that look interesting, with lots of views, and maybe even lots of good reviews. The idea here is that if a tutorial worked for other people, then maybe it's also gonna work for you. And sure, this looks like a good idea. The problem is that even if you rely on these things, you still cannot really know whether you're gonna meet the requirements, whether the content's gonna be good, and what the style is gonna be like. And maybe you'll just get lucky. But in general, there's no definitive way to really avoid these issues. Now, like I mentioned, you cannot avoid these issues, but you can still save yourself quite a bit of time and quite a bit of frustration with a very simple trick. You see, the most important detail here is that every time you start a tutorial, you have no obligation to finish it. So, if you start your next tutorial and you realize that you don't meet the requirements, or you feel like the content is not so good, or the instructor isn't really teaching you anything, remember that you can always pause that specific tutorial and try to find a better one. And I know that maybe this sounds obvious, but I keep seeing so many people who are stuck on a tutorial and they just don't seem to realize that they could simply pause that tutorial and try to find a better one. Again, every time you start a tutorial, you have no obligation to finish it. So, if you get unlucky and you pick a tutorial that doesn't really work for you, remember that you don't have to sit there and struggle and try to finish it no matter what. In fact, if you find yourself in that situation, my advice for you is to just pause that tutorial and try to find a better one. Now, sure, if you're trying to learn a very technical thing and there's only a few tutorials about it, then there's not much you can do. But in this case, you have a ton of options to choose from. So once again, my advice for you here is to keep a very close eye on the 3 things that could go wrong. And if you realize that any of these is turning into a problem, don't forget that you can always save yourself quite a bit of time and quite a bit of frustration. You just need to pause that specific tutorial and try other ones until you find one that actually works for you. Now, with that said, here I want to mention that yes, the situation still looks pretty bad, but here I can help you with one more thing. You see, if you like this tutorial, I decided to keep going and I prepared 3 additional tutorials for you. In these tutorials, we will continue to work on the clock, we will add new features to it, and we will make it better in a few ways. Then, in these tutorials, we will encounter many new things that we have not seen so far, so you will get many more chances to fill many of the gaps that you still have in your knowledge. And then, the last thing I want to mention here is that for these tutorials, I made sure to minimize the 3 issues from earlier. So, it's very cool because for these tutorials, you don't have to worry about requirements, content, and style. Now, how is this possible? Well, first of all, these tutorials have only one requirement. Specifically, the requirement is that you must have watched this tutorial here where I showed you how to build the clock. However, you have already done that. So at this point, you already meet all the requirements. Then for the content, I included an overview of everything, just like I did in this tutorial. So you will be able to get a very good idea about what to expect in terms of content. And then finally, when it comes to the style, I simply chose to keep it the same. So if you like this tutorial, the next ones are gonna be exactly the same. Specifically, I will continue to guide you step by step. I will continue to explain every single line of code, and I will also continue with the detailed introduction to JavaScript. So every time we encounter something new, I will explain it just like I have done so far. And that's it. This is what I have prepared for you. 3 additional tutorials, and I designed these tutorials specifically to help you fill more gaps. Now, if you like the idea here, next I want to give you a detailed overview of these tutorials, including an overview of the content, how the tutorials are organized, and a few more things. Then, once you have all this information, this is gonna help you get a very good idea about whether these are the right tutorials for you or whether maybe you should keep going and try to find other ones to watch. Now, the most important thing here is that I keep all these additional tutorials on my website. So, if you want to learn more about these tutorials, you just need to visit my website, JayDoesJS.com/clock. On my website, you will find a very simple video where I will give you a detailed overview of the tutorials. And if you prefer reading, I also added the same information in writing just below the video. So once again, if you want to learn more about these tutorials, you just need to visit my website, JayDoesJS.com/clock. On my website, I will give you an overview of the content of the next tutorials, meaning I will show you the changes that we will make to the clock. Then I will also give you an overview of the topics. These are the new things about JavaScript that we will encounter in the next tutorials. And then I will also give you some additional information like how the tutorials are organized, the duration, and so on. So once again, if you want to learn more about these tutorials, you just need to visit my website, JayDoesJS.com/clock. The link is in the description. On my website, you will find all the information you need, and this is gonna help you decide whether these are the right tutorials for you or whether maybe you should keep going and try to find other ones to watch. And of course, on my website, you will also find the tutorials themselves. Now, once again, JayDoesJS.com/clock. The link is in the description. And that's it. I really hope to see you on my website for the additional tutorials. Otherwise, see you next time.